ceasefire, while also calling for remaining hostages to be released. Secretary of State Antony Blinken calls the civilian deaths in Rafah horrific and says this underscores the urgent need for a post-war plan.
The Israeli military is investigating 2 strikes that took place over the weekend in Gaza's southernmost city of Rafah that led to the deaths of dozens of Palestinian civilians.
Fox News foreign correspondent Trey Yingst in Tel Aviv.
Now, the Israelis say they were striking a specific compound with precision strikes, very small bombs relative to what they use in other areas of Gaza, to kill 2 senior Hamas officials. Now, when those strikes took place, the Israelis say they believe there was some sort of secondary explosion that sparked a fire. So that's where things stand in the investigation. The Israelis are trying to put the majority of the civilian deaths on the fire, and Hamas is putting the majority of the civilian deaths on the initial Israeli strike. The truth is somewhere in between. We saw images in the aftermath of this strike that show bodies of civilians that had been torn apart, clearly wounds that are a result of an explosion. Now, the Israelis, again, are pointing to the fact they believe there could have been a secondary explosion. And so the bottom line to all of this is we'll have to wait for the findings of the investigation. Where they're operating is a quite densely populated area, and it is an area that is filled with civilians. And so even the initial precision strike and the video that was released by the Israeli military shows people walking outside of the compound just before the explosion takes place. And so it's difficult, especially given the lack of access to Gaza, to determine exactly how many of those casualties were a result of the initial strike and how many were the result of a secondary explosion or fire.
The Biden administration is not confirming reports that bombs used in the Rafah strikes may have been U.S. weapons. How damaging could this incident end up being strategically for Israel?
A lot of it has to do with where the international community places their focus in all of this. The Israelis, it appears, have provided enough supporting evidence to the Biden administration to basically have top officials like John Kirby be able to make public statements that say this did not cross the red line for the Biden administration. And so that does give us some indication that the intelligence that's being shared between the two countries does point to the fact that this was not the intention of the strike, although it may have been the outcome. And this is not uncommon in this war. It's been an incredibly complex war on a variety of fronts and a variety of levels, not just the tactical level on the ground, but also the information war that runs parallel to this conflict. And almost 240 days in, following the October 7th massacre, that's now commonly known as Black Saturday, the Israelis say they are planning to fight inside Gaza for at least another 7 months. And to do that, they will need American weapons.
The White House remains opposed to a major operation in Rafah. Are there any signs Israel's in danger of crossing that red line from Washington? I guess it really depends on the definition of a major operation.
You hit the nail on the head, and really that is what we're talking about here, how both countries define what is happening now in Rafah. There are Israeli tanks in the center of Rafah, Gaza's third largest city and its southernmost city next to the Egyptian border. Now, how many tanks make up a major operation? That's a question that is up for interpretation. And that's exactly what is taking place right now, because Israeli forces continue to push deeper into Rafah. And what's sort of fascinating to watch play out on another level is the entire world, following the strikes over the weekend in Rafah that led to the deaths of those civilians, has taken some side in all of this. And you see a lot on social media right now. There are many posts circulating on Instagram and on Twitter that say, all eyes on Rafah. And then there are counter posts that say, where were your eyes on October 7th? And so this is a very divisive issue. It's an issue that people do feel at some level they have to take a side on. And it is playing out on a battlefield that, like every battlefield, is incredibly complex and is not black and white. It's not clear cut. And so this isn't really the answer to the question, but it's something that I always note in our reporting. We try to take as objective an approach as possible to covering such a sensitive story. And our take from the beginning of this has been that two things can be true and objectively are true at once. One, the October 7th massacre, Black Saturday, was objectively the darkest day in Israel's history. And two, there are thousands of Palestinian civilians that are dying in the Israeli response. And so everything in between is what we are witnessing now unfolding on the ground in the Middle East.
President Biden promised a military pier on the Gaza coast to help get more aid into Gaza. Less than 2 weeks after that pledge came to fruition, though, the Pentagon says the pier has to be deconstructed for repairs. Was this kind of problem anticipated with that pier?
According to officials that we've spoken with, they knew this was going to be a challenging assignment for the Israelis and the Americans, because this was a joint effort to get this pier into place. It was actually the American Navy and Army working together to get what ultimately ended up being two floating piers and a fixed portion along the Gaza coast. But with a project that has a price tag of $320 million, there are legitimate questions that we have as journalists in the region, and also American taxpayers have, as to where that money went and why there are so many issues, understanding that there are unpredictable weather conditions, of course, and changing sea conditions, but these are all things that you would expect at some level to be anticipated by the American military. And so over the weekend, I actually saw a piece of this floating pier along with an American landing ship on the shores of Israel. I saw both the landing craft and the pier in the sand next to Israeli beachgoers and a bunch of American service members in uniform standing on the beach trying to determine what to do next. And so the question now is whether or not it ultimately is actually redeployed off the coast of Gaza, or if the Americans throw in the towel and say, look, this is too complex and too complicated of a project, and it actually risks American lives in the process. We know that there were 3 U.S. service members who were injured during some of the weather conditions working on those piers. And so right now, as it stands, U.S. officials tell Fox News it will take more than a week to repair the sections that were damaged in these storms. But there are these questions about whether or not it even makes sense for the Americans to redeploy the pier at this point.
Several European countries have now recognized a Palestinian state. How does this impact not only Israel's relationship with the EU, but the Israeli military operations?
The short answer is that it doesn't. The Israelis have basically laughed at the recognition of a Palestinian state from these 3 countries because they understand that the most important deciding factor in all of this is the Americans. And the Americans did not legitimize what was said by the 3 countries over the weekend because they understand that ultimately a 2-state solution, while they are on board with one, would have to come through a larger process. It couldn't be a unilateral decision by a single country that would actually implement rights for the Palestinians and give them proper state boundaries and international funding and the types of things that they want in a state. And so the Israelis, it will not change their military operations. They don't see quite a direct correlation between the two. And in terms of their relationship with the EU, I think with these individual countries, you will certainly see strained relationships. The Israelis have recalled a few ambassadors, and they have put out statements basically condemning the action. But that will be the extent of it, because ultimately, any sort of Palestinian state, according to the Americans, and those, again, are really the deciding voices in all of this, will have to come through a legitimate peace process that in the future actually would likely involve normalization with a country like Saudi Arabia. And in exchange, as part of that deal, you would see recognition of a Palestinian state from the West at large.
Just one more question. There's a lot of pressure on both the U.S. and Israeli governments over the fighting in Gaza. Does it feel to you on the ground in Israel like we're approaching any kind of a turning point?
It doesn't. In many ways, this will likely be a war of attrition that will drag on. It won't be like a war of attrition in Ukraine with broad front lines and artillery battles, but it will rather be a war of attrition between Hamas and the Israeli military, in part due to the Israelis defining two objectives that are not totally possible right now. One is bringing all of the hostages home. And there is a real understanding on the ground among officials that you talk to in private that the hostages will not come home without a negotiated settlement. And even if there is a negotiated settlement, all of them will not come home because dozens of them are dead and others may never be found. And then the other thing has to do with the Israeli objective to destroy Hamas. Hamas will never be defeated. And that is a sentence that Israeli officials do not like to hear, but it is objectively true because they can kill every Hamas leader and every single Hamas official inside Gaza. And the next generation of Palestinians who have been killed and injured as a result, their family members could decide to take their place because Hamas still has broad public support, not just in Gaza, but in the West Bank. There are towns that are 45 minutes away from where I'm standing right now in the West Bank, where you will drive through and see Hamas flags on the street poles. And that's part of the story that doesn't get covered as much, but it is a reality on the ground. These are people who are in an active conflict with Israel, and they will continue to be. Even once the war is declared over, both sides will declare victory, and the conflict will continue. There is no peace here, and that is the reality that we face.
Fox's Trey Yingst in Tel Aviv, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If spring allergies keep you trapped inside, then you need Navage Nasal Care to keep you breathing clearly and enjoying all the beauties of spring. Navage helps clear nasal passages that are often clogged because of seasonal allergies. Navage gently flushes a pure, refreshing saline solution through your nasal passages to clear out congestion, sucking out that springtime pollen and other irritants trapped in your nose. Navage is available online at Navage.com or in stores at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, Navage.
Attention, Father's Day is June 16th. Do you have a gift ready? Don't worry. Just get Dad something from Untuckit, the official outfitters of Father's Day. Dads love Untuckit shirts designed to be worn untucked in wrinkle-free and performance plus our perfect fitting pants, Henleys, polos, and more. They're the gifts he'll wear over and over, and he can wash and dry everything at home. Find the perfect Father's Day gift at Untuckit.com or at 80-plus stores. Untuckit, shirts designed to be worn untucked.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
Hey, Philly, it's Jen Ryan. In the city of brotherly love, the only thing we love more than our teams is great savings. And with unlimited welcome from Verizon, you can save big even if you're on a single line. For a limited time, single lines start at just $50 a month when you bring your own phone. With autopay plus taxes and fees, that's a savings of $15 a month. And when you switch now, you can save on the things you love, like Netflix and Max. All on the most awarded 5G network. Now that's a real win. There's never been a better time to switch to the network America relies relies on. But this offer won't last long. Visit your local Verizon store to switch and save big today. $180 BYOD promo credit and $360 local promo credit applied over 36 months for new customers with one new line with your own 4G, 5G phone on unlimited welcome plan required. Additional terms apply, auto pay and paper-free billing required. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. $10 a month for each My Plan perk. Additional terms and conditions apply per perk.
My dad loves steak, and that's why when I send him Omaha Steaks every year for Father's Day, he's excited because we get to grill together, we get to enjoy family together, and Omaha Steaks makes it so easy for you to give dad what he wants. Your husband, your father, your uncle, your godfather, whoever, world-class dads deserve a world-class steak. And when you use my name Zioli at checkout at omahasteaks.com, you're going to get additional discounts. That's right. When you shop gourmet gift packages for Father's Day, you can combine them, make endless possibilities, burgers, steaks, side dishes, desserts, beautiful premium proteins like juicy pork chops, unbelievable stuff. It's what dads want, right? Dads don't return steak, right? They return ties and golf shirts. Got enough golf shirts. Go to omahasteaks.com. Put in my name Zioli, Z-E-O-L-I at checkout. You're going to get extra savings from the world's original butcher. That's right. Order now and send dad an unforgettable gift package starting at just $89 with promo code Zioli. omahasteaks.com, promo code Zioli.
Are you a Philly entrepreneur? Do you run one of the fastest growing companies in the Philly region? Do you want to benefit by being part of the Philadelphia 100 Awards and join other winners who have been recognized by this 35-year-old organization? Free applications are now open at philly100.org.
Apply now to be highlighted as one of the fastest growing companies in the Philadelphia region. Join us in the fall when awards are recognized. Register today at philly100.org. That's philly100.org.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Thursday, May 30th. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown. Former President Trump's hush money trial in the hands of the jury. Jury deliberation set to resume this morning at 9:30 Eastern Time. Fox's Nate Foy tells us what happened on Wednesday.
The jury deliberated nearly 5 hours, and at the end of court, they sent two notes. One has to do with revisiting testimony from Michael Cohen and David Pecker, and the other is a question about Judge Juan Merchan's jury instructions. In a key moment from that, Judge Merchan revealed that in order to convict former President Donald Trump, the jury doesn't even have to agree on the underlying crime that he's accused of. The jury has the pick of these three following options. They need to find that Trump unlawfully influenced the 2016 election by violating FECA, the Federal Election Campaign Act.
I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Rich Zioli, afternoons 3 to 7, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Nick. Join me for WPHT's Veteran Spotlight, a program where we shine a spotlight on one outstanding local veteran in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation, celebrating their remarkable commitment to community service and their exceptional service in the military. On Wednesday morning, June 5th, we honor Dale Wetherell, United States Marine Corps veteran, for his service and his exemplary contribution to the veteran community. Presented by Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I love my new patio doors. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I'd only trust the Chapman team. If you're thinking of updating your current siding or removing your current stucco and replacing it with siding, think Chapman. With the new updated siding choices available, the curb appeal of your home will pop. If you currently have stucco, updating it with James Hardy plank or vinyl siding will truly add value to your home. home. If you're looking to sell, you can bet buyers will value updated new siding. And right now would be a good time to get ahead of the ball and plan your siding project for 2024. The certified Chapman installers are the folks you want on the job. If you or someone you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, shutters, or hardware, give them a call or text them 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria, the dental implant master. Implant dentistry is an art form, and as one of South Jersey's top implant dentists, Dr. Mike gives you the self-confidence boost you deserve. Schedule your free implant consultation today. Dr. Veneria's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-514-1020. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report. Stocks fell on Wednesday and Treasury yields climbed. Investors are concerned about the timing and scale of possible interest rate cuts from the Fed. Airline stocks slumped after American cut its forecast for profit and other financial targets for the spring, despite booming travel demand. The Dow falling 411 points, the Nasdaq down 99, S&P 500 down 39. And shares of Salesforce fell in late trading after the cloud software company's latest quarterly results missed Wall Street targets. rates. Salesforce also provided a second quarter revenue forecast that was below estimates. More earnings reports are on the way today, including Best Buy, Burlington Stores, Costco, Dell, Gap, and Nordstrom. Also, the National Association of Realtors will release this morning its pending home sales index for April. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Hillary Barsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
It's a trend a lot of parents can relate to. More and more kids, easily distracted, impulsive, having a hard time in school. And apparently there's a reason for it. A rise in cases of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder in a Centers for Disease Control study that Fox's CJ Papa details.
The study finds about 1 in 9 children in the United States, or around 7 million kids, were diagnosed with ADHD in 2022. That's about 1 million more kids than in 2016. The study's authors point out the rise could reflect the fact that the public is more aware of and more frequently seeking care for the disorder, or it could be a reflection of how children developed during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Now, about a third of these kids haven't had any treatment, and there's been a drug shortage affecting many who have. The CDC study also finds more than half the children diagnosed have moderate or severe ADHD, and most have co-occurring disorders like anxiety or depression.
I'm actually not surprised, and I have a little bit of a different take on it.
Tom Kirsting is a psychotherapist who owns Valley Family Counseling Center in Saddlebrook, New Jersey, and he's an author of the book Raising Healthy Teens and another book titled Disconnected.
There's something known as acquired ADHD. It's not an official term or diagnosis, but some experts believe that approximately 70% of kids that are older that are diagnosed with ADHD don't actually have ADHD. They have the symptoms of it.
All right. I don't really know. How do you know that? What's the difference?
The issue with ADHD is not really a 100% accurate way of diagnosing it. You go to a professional, you have a meeting, a session with a professional that could use, a certain rating scale, to see what the symptoms are. And the symptoms are typically, there's different subtypes. There's, ADHD, inattentive type, and then there's the combined type where somebody has inattention and in addition to that, hyperactivity and or impulsivity. And what a lot of people don't know, Dave, is that ADHD is a neurological condition that you're born with.
Okay.
So it's not something you pick up later on. Average age of diagnosis is 8 years old. And for a parent that has a child with ADHD, by the time that child is 5 years old, it's almost impossible not to notice the symptoms.
So that is different than what you say is acquired.
What experts mean by that is that because kids today, and COVID, the story talks about COVID, post-COVID, we know where our kids are. They're immersed in a screen all day long, and their brains are lighting up like a Christmas tree, right? So they're being constantly stimulated all day long. And what I'm seeing professionally and what I discuss in my books and stuff is that a lot of kids, particularly those if they're given a diagnosis when they're 14 or 15, they may have the symptoms, but what it really is something known as brain neuroplasticity. So their brains have become so accustomed to being stimulated all the time that now you put them in a classroom and the brain is searching for stimulation and renders that child inattentive, unable to focus, and disorganized.
All right. Now, kids forever have been known for not listening very well, for being fidgety, for easily being distracted. If you've ever had a child play baseball at the age of 7 in the outfield, they're pulling grass and staring at the sky. I mean, that's just what kids can be. So how much worse is someone who has ADHD?
That's normal. That's just kids. They have creative imaginations. Their minds are wandering. A kid with ADHD, with actual ADHD, a teacher will notice this when a kid is in kindergarten or first grade. The kid is like, out in outer space, may be very impulsive and fidgety and distracted in the classroom, is having a difficult time comprehending the information because the mind is not able to focus on what the teacher is teaching. But, any veteran teacher should be able to notice the symptoms of ADHD right away. The question I have is when all of a sudden, a kid is 14 and they never had these symptoms, and now they do, is that really ADHD? I don't think it is. I think it's this acquired form.
All right. Regardless of how, what's the best treatment?
Well, cognitive behavioral therapy it can be an effective treatment for it. And probably more importantly than that, you can also in schools, a kid can get an IEP. They can get something called 504 accommodations, where they could be given preferential seating in the front of the classroom, nonverbal cues to help them get back on track.
More time for testing, different settings, right?
Yeah, things of that nature, yeah. And medication, is often a therapeutic strategy. Not all parents want to use medication, for their kid. And in particular, if you have a kid that has a diagnosis of ADHD, let's say that they're doing well in school, right? So I guess you'd have to question, is the medication really necessary if they're already doing well in school? Not every kid that has ADHD is automatically failing in school.
According to what I saw in the story, that only about half of children diagnosed with ADHD are on medication. Adderall is the drug, right?
That's a main one. There's, Focalin, Ritalin, things like that. But Adderall is a big player in the game, for sure.
How do you recommend that for patients or kids you see?
Well, so I don't prescribe medications, and I'm not a believer in medication being the first front line of defense. I think it should be the last line of defense, whether it's ADHD, anxiety, depression. You should try other strategies first. But if somebody, if you have a kid that is like really, really, really struggling and they just cannot sit still in class, they cannot focus, and they're, failing and at risk of advancing from grade to grade, then I would certainly recommend a parent to send their kid to, a neurologist or a psychiatrist and inquire about the possibility of medication.
All right, you talked about COVID. What is the fallout from COVID and the way kids have become? You talk about the acquired, non-official ADHD. How much did COVID lead to that?
Yeah, so, all of this has been going on for a while now. I started seeing it when I was working at a high school back in 2008, believe it or not.
Way before COVID, right.
Yeah, way before that. And even with anxiety and depression. So all this stuff was already here. COVID just accelerated it. So think about it. What were kids doing during COVID? Their bedroom now became their classroom and their playground. So COVID, it was just more of the screen time, in my opinion, that has affected their brains and has now even, opened up the door to a higher level of kids being diagnosed with attention deficit disorder and other disorders.
Screen time is really at the heart of all of this, in your view. I know we've talked before that you've talked to kids who barely sleep sometimes.
Yeah, I did a survey my last year when I was working at a public high school 4 years ago. Over the course of that year, I asked 100 students the following question. And these were all kids that knew me, trusted me, and I told them it's not going to leave my office. I asked them, teenagers, I said, what time do you go to sleep on school nights? And 92 out of those 100 kids told me that they went to sleep between 1 and 4 a.m.
That's crazy.
And that their parents had no idea. And it's because the phones were in the room with them. So, even that, Dave, that sleep deprivation, it's an epidemic now. Even that, can lead to symptoms of attention deficit. Because a kid that's exhausted, how can they focus? How can they listen? That's not ADHD, though. That's just an exhausted child.
There has been, over the last couple of years, and we even on the podcast recently had a focus on getting phones out of the school day for middle school kids. Do you think that we're going to get there where phones are taken away during school for all kids just about at some point? Do you hope?
I think we need to. I'm on a mission to delay the ages of smartphone issuance, to do everything they can to prevent them from being in the school buildings. So we need to see more communities coming together and really doing something about this, because it's just destroying an entire generation of kids.
What do you recommend to parents? It's hard. I have a son. He's a teenager. He likes his phone. Luckily, he doesn't do much social media stuff. We're thankful on that. But what do you tell parents? What should they do?
So what I tell parents is, make sure that phone is not in the bedroom with your kids at night at all. Have a certain time, 10 o'clock at night, let's say. That phone goes downstairs. You got to get your kid a good night's sleep. When you're driving them to and from school, don't let them be on that phone. Because that dialogue with mom or dad is critically important 180 times a year. Sitting down at the dinner table together as a family. And, parents, probably the number one is we have to practice what we preach. When we're with our children, in the presence of them, we have to, monitor our own device use. We have to get the family cohort back together, and create the definition of what a family is once again.
The tougher thing, and this gets to be conflict, monitoring what your kid's actually doing on the phone.
Probably the most important thing is delaying as long as possible, delaying the age that you first get your kid a phone. The average age is now 10 years old that kids get the phone. It's a social conformity. Every parent knows it's a bad idea, but they see everybody else is doing it. They kind of cross their fingers, roll the dice, and say, oh, hopefully nothing happens to my kid. But we have to do better than that. We have to, in our individual households and our communities, come together.
What's the right age then?
When you feel comfortable with your child watching adult content or watching violent content and things of that nature, because there's no way to avoid that. So really, but you hear like wait until late adolescence. If it was up to me, it would be like, kids, you can't purchase alcohol until you're 21 years old, right? There's a reason for that, because young people, that part, like I said, that impulsive part of the brain, that prefrontal cortex, isn't fully developed until 25 years old. Yet we're putting these modern day weapons of mass destruction right in the hands of kids, starting at the age of 10. And it's complicating everything psychologically, emotionally, socially, and the whole family system and educationally.
So with the rise in ADHD and with these phones still being used as much as they are, the numbers, do you expect to go higher? A percentage of people that have this?
For sure. I mean, it's already occurring, but it's actually, so what I'll tell parents, if a parent calls my office and says, listen, my 14 or 15-year-old, was recently diagnosed with attention deficit disorder, what I will tell them is, listen, there's a good chance your kid doesn't even have ADHD. They may just have the symptoms of it. And if you could pull off, unplugging them as best you can for about a month, there's a high likelihood that you'll all of a sudden see those executive functions starting to operate the way they're supposed to. The concentration, the focus, and the intake starting to improve.
Tom, a lot of adults spend 12 hours a day on their phone, too.
Yeah.
I mean, these kids grow up and become adults. Does the ADHD grow with them? Is it always there?
The symptoms will be there, so even, when I hear the term, Dave, adult ADD, right, you hear that term, right? My professional anecdotal opinion, there's no such thing. You don't get ADHD when you're an adult. Like I mentioned earlier, it is a neurological condition that you are born with. You don't get it like when you're, 15, 20, 30 years old. So when you hear adult ADHD, they'll get a diagnosis of ADHD because they have the symptoms of it, but they don't actually, in my opinion, have the born with neurological condition. People need to understand that.
So ultimately, less screen time for all of us, right?
Yeah. I mean, I know I kind of beat this dead horse all the time, but we're lost in outer space. We're living in this cyber world. We got to get back to planet Earth.
Tom Kirsting, the author of Raising Healthy Teenagers and Disconnected, also founder, owner, psychotherapist, Valley Family Counseling Center in New Jersey. Tom, great to talk to you. Thanks for being back with us.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. Have a great one.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210.
A healthy weight, more energy, and smooth, regular bowel movements. 3 things everyone strives for.
It's me, Chuck Norris. There's one really important thing we don't talk about enough: our health. Achy joints, digestive issues, weight gain, and fatigue. We're told these are normal signs of aging. So working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick.
Morning Kick is a revolutionary formula combining 10 different supplements in one. Probiotics that help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and several of the most powerful anti-aging supplements on Earth. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, focused, and help manage stress.
Anybody can achieve great health regardless of their age.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com. Use code CORE or text CORE to 511-511 and claim 40% off today.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee.
Text CORE to 511-511. Morning Kick.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
My wife and I we ended up mildly sick for a few months, and the nasal congestion was probably the worst part. I had like a post-nasal drip, just super congested all the time. We were taking everything we possibly could, but nothing really worked.
Kyrie was miserable until a friend recommended Navage. Navage offers immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Don't live in misery this cold season. Use Navage so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
The biggest thing Navage has done has completely cleaned out my nasal passages. It was from the first use. I was able to just clear out anything that was stopping me from breathing correctly. Navage helps me clear the way, literally clear the way for me to operate better in the rest of my life.
Experience the Navage difference yourself. Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
It's Window Nation's semi-annual sale, and it's a big deal. Right now, get 50% off all windows along with no interest for 5 years plus bonus savings when you schedule a consult today. If your windows leak, get foggy or hot, or you're paying high utility bills, that's a big deal. With Window Nation's semi-annual sale, you can replace your windows and save a big deal too. Schedule a no-obligation in-home estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit WindowNation.com.
Don't walk around with T-shirts and cover-ups at the pool or the beach this summer. Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40-plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. Lose weight the natural way quickly and safely. Locations close by or available worldwide with live online video consultations. Get slimmer before the summer and without any shots. Call 855-5NJ-DIET to lose 20 to 40-plus pounds in only 40 days. Guaranteed. NJDiet.com. Lose the weight for good.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now there's a simple, easy, and effective way to clean your nose and protect your health. It's called Navage. Navage. Available at Navage.com.
What if being in recovery from a mental or substance use disorder was something we proudly showed the world? Millions of people are in recovery, sharing hope and support with family, friends, and community. Join the Voices for Recovery. For confidential information for mental and substance use disorders, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Back to the courtroom this morning for the jury in former President Donald Trump's hush money trial after the first day of deliberations ended without a verdict. The panel asked to hear testimony from Michael Cohen and David Pecker. Outside the courthouse, Trump said his focus is on the November election.
We're going to win this election. November 5th is going to be the most important day in the history of our country. We're going to take back our country from these fascists and these thugs that are destroying us with inflation and with everything they do, how stupid they are.
President Biden holding a campaign rally in Philadelphia. Fox's Madison Allworth.
The campaign announcing a new initiative, Black Voters for Biden-Harris, with President Biden himself during the campaign event saying the reason why he made it to the White House in 2020 is because Black Americans voted for him.
America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The legal drama surrounding the world's #1 golfer has been resolved. The criminal charges against Scottie Scheffler stemming from an incident before the second round of the PGA Championship have been dismissed. It was announced on Wednesday. Jefferson County Attorney Mike O'Connell asked a judge to drop the 4 charges, which included assaulting a police officer with his vehicle. In a statement posted to his Instagram story, Scheffler said he wished to put the incident behind him and move on. Scheffler was arrested on May 17th after he was accused of accelerating his SUV and dragging a police officer to the ground as he attempted to enter Valhalla Golf Club. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Nowhere else in the world do we celebrate college athletics the way we do here in the United States. And nowhere else in the world does it make as much money as it does in the United States of America. So at some point, the rubber was going to meet the road, and athletes were going to partake in all of the profits and money that was being made in college sports. So what does all of this mean? The NCAA and the Power 5 conferences decided that they had to move on this. The Supreme Court was against them. The public was against them. Most importantly, antitrust lawsuits were going against them. So in order to protect themselves from these lawsuits and possible future litigation, they got together and said, what makes sense? What's something we can compromise with and agree on moving forward that maybe we can pull off? And the number they came up with was $22 million annually. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating. We've been protecting Delaware Valley homes and businesses from pests for 34 years, all while supporting our local community. We also support those who protect us, our veterans. Robert Rutherford, our Director of People and Culture, served 10 years in the U.S. Marine Corps. We at Hoffman's have made a commitment to hire veterans. Our veterans are valued, and the skills they learned in the military are transferable. Join the Hoffman's family and visit us at hoffmansexterminating.com.
There's only one place to get that perfect custom gift for your special someone. Cozy Jewelers' family-owned and operated showroom in Newtown Square. See their 5 C's in person. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the cozy touch. If you have something unique in mind, Cozy will help you customize your piece with all work done in-house, so you always walk away with that unparalleled cozy quality. For your custom jewelry, stop by Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or online at cozyjewelers.com and step up to the 5th C.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now, but I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SCORE for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SCORE for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SCORE.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. ramp.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Don't miss a divisional matchup that's sure to be the best catch in town. The Phils host the Marlins for a 4-game series Thursday, June 27th through Sunday, June 30th. Snag tickets now at Phillies.com. Kids 14 and under should lace up their sneakers for Nemours Children's Health Kids Run the Bases following the Padres-Phillies game Wednesday, June 19th at 1:05. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-254-4574. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-254-4574 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-254-4574 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-254-4574.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgranger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Thursday, May 30th. It is indeed Kayal and Company. You're right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Don Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker is the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. Buckle up, Philadelphia. We got a good one for you today. My God, what a whirlwind day yesterday was. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Doing great. Happy Thursday.
4x4x4 they go. Gregory, hello.
Hey, dude.
How you doing, pal?
Good, man.
Like that hoodie there.
Thank you. By the way, available at the 1210 WPHT merch store.
We still do the merch?
I think so.
All right. We are absolutely loaded today. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, pandering in Pennsylvania yesterday. I believe, if my math is correct, the 7th time this calendar year that the Biden administration has returned to the key battleground state of Pennsylvania. Trump jury deliberations, I believe, about 4.5 hours, and then they said, you know what, we're going home. But there's some details. There's some odd jury instructions. We'll break that all down this morning. Criminal defense attorney and also Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT bike ride sponsor David Gelman at 9:30.
Yep.
You might have seen him on a variety of television networks giving his legal analysis of this case. We'll talk to him. And also the Margate mayor and the Kelseys.
Yes.
My God. You know, I saw this video a few days ago, and we never got to it. It was never even my thought to bring it up on the show. And now that we've got a mayor involved, we'll get to the footage. We'll get to what transpired. We'll get to the apology.
You're still team Kelsey, Dawn?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you not hear my show yesterday? I talked all about this. I love the Kelseys. And Kylie, she's a mama bear.
Might have to jump back
Love
on
her.
the Kelsey train after watching that video.
See?
Uh-huh.
Well, at least let's say this. At least Kylie.
All right.
Right?
Yeah.
Which is great.
Greg's like, I hate all of them. Cut sheet coming up 7:45 and much more. Plus, two major developing stories. Rich Zioli and I have a bet that we have made.
Oh, boy, really?
You wanted Radio Wars, pal. I'm giving them to you now. We got a bet coming up. We'll get to those details in a little bit. And Tony Bruno, not once but twice, reinstated on X.
Wow.
That is crazy.
I got to give credit to Johnny Z at Mulligan Shore Bar.
Yeah?
Because he's the one who alerted me to it.
Is that right?
And then I saw it, and I texted Robin and Tony, and I was just like, hey, wow, this is big news. Both of your accounts are back.
Woo.
And they had no idea.
I've got 3 different dates in my mind as to when he gets banned again. We'll provide prop bets for those later in the show.
He should take the one with like the 75,000 followers and protect that one.
Yes.
Protect that one.
Like it's his child.
Yes. Use that only to promote things. Use the other one to troll people. Can we stop getting our news from Twitter? Yeah, it would just be a world of it. It would be a different world if we stopped getting our news from social media, honestly. Not everything needs to be on Twitter.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, Jesus, right. All right, 6:04. Let's get to the news. Round number 1 here on this Thursday morning. The great Dawn Stenzelin.
Yes, and good morning. We are sponsored by Styles CFO Services. This Thursday morning, May the 30th, 59 degrees. We'll have the lovely forecast just ahead. A man is dead, struck by a vehicle while crossing the street in Philadelphia's Juniata Park section. Police say they're searching for that driver who took off after the fatal crash. This happened along Tarsdale Avenue, right near Hunting Park Ave, shortly before midnight. So that investigation scene continued overnight. The victim identified only as a 44-year-old man. That from police. Witnesses saying that the man was mid-block while crossing Tarsdale Ave when he was struck by that small SUV that was traveling east. Officers say by the time they arrived there, they found the man lying in the street, unresponsive, got him to the hospital, rushed him there, where tragically the emergency department doctors could not save his life. And witnesses describing that striking vehicle as a multicolor, mainly blue, small SUV, possibly a Honda CR-V with extensive damage to it. Part of the bumper came off, so they have that. They're looking to, it looks like they say there was work being done on that vehicle at the time, so they're trying to track that one. A lot of surveillance videos or cameras in the area, so they're looking at all of those, or they've been looking at all of those overnight. There was also, I want to follow up on a story I told you about yesterday, and that was that motorcyclist on his Harley killed in that hit and run that we talked about with 5 teenagers in a stolen vehicle, striking him, and even after hitting him and killing him, they kept on going for a bit, then left the car and fled on foot, and that's when police, that foot chase, as we call it, ensued. Police did catch up with them. So those 5 teens arrested, they were in that stolen Kia, and they were being pursued by police officers. So I want to talk about that in a moment. But the gentleman who was killed, who was on the Harley, on the motorcycle, 55-year-old Wilberto Casillas, he was killed. His family is speaking out, a father, a husband, community member, hardworking man in the community, and just a real tragedy here that he was struck. Also, we're learning the driver, who will be charged as an adult.
Good. That's the 17-year-old.
And that was, you had said this yesterday, Nick.
Yep.
Identified as 17-year-old Bryce Neely, was wearing an ankle bracelet at the time. And so he's charged with third-degree murder, among other charges.
Bye-bye, Bryce.
Wearing that ankle bracelet. But as well, I want to point out that the police who were pursuing, a stolen vehicle, as well as somebody wearing an ankle bracelet, so a usual suspect, if you will. Mm-hmm. The question is, why was he released with an ankle bracelet? What are the past alleged crimes, etc.? But those officers who were in pursuit, they are put on desk duty.
Duty.
Because they were pursuing a vehicle.
Okay.
And so right now it's standard. I just want to point that out to you, because lately we have a trend where when we have, officers in pursuit, and it happened on that other one out in Montgomery County, there's a blame being put on officers when they pursue a vehicle.
Yes, and then they're under pending further investigation.
Yes.
Yep.
So just watching that.
So ankle bracelet, and the cops were in pursuit as he committed this new crime. We call those aggravating factors.
You would think.
Yep.
So hopefully this is not a case of blame the police. So we just want to mark that one up.
Mm-hmm.
Cape May County officials holding a press conference this afternoon in the aftermath of a chaotic Memorial Day weekend at the Jersey Shore. We talked a lot about it. So that news conference will be 4 o'clock this afternoon. Ocean City Music Pier, Ocean City Boardwalk. And so we'll watch that one to see as city officials are announcing, we're told, they're going to announce new measures being taken to protect public safety on the boardwalk and across the area. This after, in Ocean City, was actually the most violent in the sense that there was the stabbing of that 15-year-old boy. He continues to recover. It was just after 9 o'clock on the boardwalk. A fight had broken out. He's recovering from those non-life-threatening wounds, but nonetheless, serious stab wounds. And so we talked a lot about the rowdy teenagers down the shore. Wildwood, they had that state of emergency, shut down the Wildwood boardwalk. And in Seaside Heights, remember, false report of a shooting briefly led to panic on the boardwalk there. So we have that going on. And down the shore, which leads me to the mayor of Margate City. Do you want to talk about this later?
Yeah, we can do it both. You can, if you want to just highlight it or headline it.
Just highlighting it. Yesterday, we showed the video and talked about this, where Jason and Kylie Kelsey down the shore, they love Sea Isle City, might own a place down there, not too sure, wink, wink. But Margate, so they go on a date night.
Mm-hmm.
They have young kids.
Yeah.
A lot of you got a babysitter, you're all excited, Kylie's all dressed up in her skirt with the slit up. I mean, she's looking, that's a big deal when you got a date night, especially when the kids are little. Go to Margate City.
Might only get 2 or 3 a year, Dawn.
That's right. And so this noxious, alleged liquored up woman is going after them and really spouting off because Kylie they don't want to get a picture with her. They're on a date night. They want, want some peace.
Yeah. Give them a little private space,
So it was a big interruption. Our friend Huey Dillon had recorded it and because the woman was saying, "You'll never be in this market," whatever. So they did capture it on video. Because of that, the mayor of Margate City apologizing, say, "Hey, date night's on me."
Gotcha.
So it's lovely.
Mm-hmm. We'll break down the footage.
Yeah, well, it's when you see the footage, you'll see what I mean when I say Kylie is the mama bear. What do they call her? The Duchess of Delco?
Is that the title?
Delco Duchess. I love it. And of course, we'll break down Joe Biden in Philadelphia, Kamala Harris, some of the same and familiar themes that we've heard. And then we're watching, of course, because they'll be back in court today. DJT is ordered in court while the jury's deliberating in Manhattan. Got that going on.
9:30 today. Yeah. Day 2 of deliberations.
Oh, my goodness. Well, let's talk about our sponsor this morning and the 4-0 Phils. We were not swept in the Oracle. It's
Day
Oracle
game
Park.
dub?
So, yeah, I think that's it. They don't do well with the time zones, the late games there.
Well, yeah, I mean, that travel to the West Coast, that impacts you whether you're a baseball player or a football player.
Right?
Yeah.
Little
Throws you
jet
off a little
lag?
bit. Yep, absolutely.
So
I think that's
6-1.
I think that's the most fatiguing part about baseball is the travel. It's not the day-to-day of 4 at-bats and standing around in the outfield for 3 hours. It's the travel.
See?
Yep.
Why can't they go virtual like City of Philadelphia employees?
Sherelle Parker puts the Phillies on Zoom.
I love it. Forecast today, you are going to love that too. So we are now up to 60 degrees, heading up to 75 degrees, cool, crisp, clear, beautiful day for you on this Thursday. Styles CFO Services offers a full suite of accounting and financial services to help transform your company, big or small. Visit stylescfo.com for your free 21-point assessment. Every organization needs a financial leader. Let Styles CFO Services be yours. This is Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Don, thank you very much. 6:12 on this Thursday morning. Let's get to another big take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
And it is brought to you by the good people at the Piazza Auto Group. The Big Take, PA Pandering. The Biden administration returned to Pennsylvania for the 7th time in 2024 alone yesterday. It was Joe Biden and Kamala Harris as they visited Philadelphia on Wednesday to launch a new black voter outreach campaign. Biden and Harris were at Girard College in Fairmount, and the big guy was in pandering mode as the Democrats have to be panicked about their decline in black voter support in recent polls. In 2020, Joe Biden carried 87% of the black vote to Donald Trump's 12.5%. Most recently, in a March 2024 CBS News poll, Trump received 23% of the black vote and has consistently polled between 15 and 25% in a variety of polls for many months. Speaking of CBS, here was KYW CBS 3 in Philadelphia yesterday, previewing Joe and Kamala's arrival in Philadelphia. Listen and watch.
Success could hinge on whether black voters get out and vote. Last week, Vice President Harris spoke at the Service Employees International Union's annual convention here in Philadelphia. And last month, President Biden held an event at the MLK Rec Center in North Philly. A recent poll by the Philadelphia Inquirer, New York Times, and Siena College, it shows former President Donald Trump leading Biden in Pennsylvania 47 to 44% among registered voters. The economy continues to sway voters according to polls. The majority of people in Pennsylvania said they would be financially better off with Trump back in office.
We would all be better off financially under Donald Trump. And that poll in Pennsylvania with Trump leading Biden by 3 points, if true, come November 5th, could very well be the deciding factor in the election. And we know in 2016 that Trump won Pennsylvania en route to defeating Hillary Clinton, but lost the Keystone State in 2020 to Joe Biden. But here are some of the numbers that I dug up yesterday on the 4 collar counties surrounding Philadelphia and how they voted in 2016 and 2020. In Bucks County, where Trump performs the best, Hillary Clinton only defeated Trump in 2016 by a grand total of 3,000 votes. But in 2020, Biden carried Bucks County by 17,000 votes. More on Bucks County in just a moment. In Chester County, Hillary won by 25,000 votes. Biden won by 54,000 votes. In Delco, Hillary won in 2016 by 63,000. Biden took Delaware County by 88,000 votes. And in Montgomery County, Trump's biggest liability, Hillary took Monco by 93,000, while Biden took it by 134,000 votes. But good news to report on the Bucks County front. As Scott Pressler tweeted yesterday, quote, "We are now 1,222 voters away from flipping Bucks County from blue to red. Last week, it was 1,496. This is a big deal," end quote. And it is. MAGA Inc. has spent 80% of its early advertising budget in swing states on Pennsylvania, which carries 20 electoral votes, the most of any of the 7 swing states. But yesterday, Joe was doing what Joe does best: embellish, pander, and lie. Mix in some brain farts and some incoherent ramblings with a splash of random shouting and outbursts, and that's a Biden speech and rally. Here was the big guy basically pulling a Kathy Hochul, saying black people can't afford high-speed internet. Listen and watch this.
I promise to access affordable high-speed internet, because now internet is just as important as it was in the days of Franklin Roosevelt. Electricity was generations ago. We're delivering now because no child should have to do their homework at McDonald's when things are shut down. Sit in the parking lot with their parent to get it done.
You can get high-speed internet through many providers for as low as $25 a month. How do I know? I did the research yesterday. Between New York Governor Kathy Hochul saying black kids don't know what a computer is, and Joe Biden implying that African Americans can't afford a cable modem in 2024 is disingenuous, disrespectful, and downright embarrassing. And never forget, infrastructure in America is inherently racist, right? Remember that? Mayor Pete loves to tout that nonsensical rhetoric. Here was Joe trying to regurgitate that talking point before his dial-up internet brain went kaput. Listen and watch this.
The promise we'd start to reconnect black and brown and overlooked neighborhoods cut off by highways in the 60s, and decades of disinvestment as a consequence of it, including here in Philly. Well, we're changed that with the Recovery Act. Right now, You see all the construction going on the highways around here.
Must have been a little bit of buffering with the internet feed there. Did you get all of that? I didn't. But you know what makes this so easy to pick apart and rip to shreds? Is that the Biden administration, they love to tout race and racism and fear, but then they unite together as a united front. And granted, a lot of people in politics do that. But never forget this clip. Here was a 2020 Trump campaign ad that featured Kamala Harris slamming Joe Biden way back in the 90s for praising and coddling racist segregationists, expressing adoration for white supremacists, and pointing out how Joe Biden's 1994 crime bill led to black men being incarcerated at alarmingly high rates. Listen and watch this.
What bothered you? Praising and coddling individuals who made it their life works and built their reputation off of segregation of the races in the United States. That's a problem. To coddle the reputations of segregationists, of people who, if they had their way, I would literally not be standing here as a member of the United States Senate, is, I think, it's misinformed and it's wrong.
Should you apologize for that?
He's going to have to make that decision. But, let's be very clear that the senators that he is speaking of with such adoration are individuals who made and built their reputation on segregation. The Ku Klux Klan celebrated the election of one of them. So this is a very serious matter. That 1994 crime bill, it did contribute to mass incarceration in our country. It encouraged and was the first time that we had a federal three strikes law. It funded the building of more prisons in the states.
And Kamala Harris is not a friend to the black community either. You can look up her record as a prosecutor in the Bay Area. They built prisons because of her. Check out her conviction rate for drug offenses. And I saw a great tweet yesterday from a black man whose name is Bio Holte. He says in his profile that he is MAGA, but he is not a Republican. He claims to be anti-Democrat. And he posted this on Twitter, which I thought was great, and I think it really highlights just how absurd the Democrats are. And I think more black voters than ever will read this, hear this, and nod along in agreement. He writes, 9 reasons why I would never vote Democrat. Number 1, Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer kneeling while wearing kente cloth. Number 2, Hillary Clinton reciting, quote, I don't feel no ways tired with a black Southern drawl. Number 3, Hillary Clinton telling black radio stations that she carries hot sauce in all of her purses. Number 4, AOC speaking in black scent at an Al Sharpton event. Number 5, Joe Biden telling Charlemagne the God that he wasn't black if he didn't vote for him. Number 6, Kathy Hochul saying that black people don't know how to use computers. Number 7, Kamala Harris saying that black people cannot use Xerox machines. Number 8, black people don't know how to get IDs. And number 9, everything Joy Reid says. Quote, they simply don't respect me or my intellect, end quote. Now, I have no idea what percentage of black voters agree with that sentiment, but I would take it to the bank. It's far more sizable than it was in 2016 and again in 2020. The New York Times with the following headline on May 18th, quote, in his beloved Philadelphia, Biden faces wariness from black voters. Here's one excerpt. Quote, in interviews with nearly 24 voters in predominantly black neighborhoods in Philadelphia this week, as well as with elected officials and strategists, signs of softness in Mr. Biden's standing were palpable. Just 8 voters out of the 24 said they were committed to voting for Mr. Biden, while many others were committed to staying home or supporting Donald Trump. Just 8 out of 24. That's 33%. Granted, small sample size for sure. But that's why Biden and Harris are here so constantly. And they were here again in Philadelphia yesterday because the black vote at an 87% rate in 2020 is not going to happen again in 2024. This time around, the black vote is no sure thing, and they know it. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, Big Take this morning brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group, where power meets innovative design in the 2024 Acura model lineup. You can get great special financing at 1.9% APR for 36 months on the new MDX, RDX, and Integra. Visit Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, and Westchester, or PiazzaAcura.com today. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the Kayal and Company comment community on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT and hit the like and subscribe buttons. We'll get some thoughts on Joe and Kamala here yesterday in Philadelphia. And then also Trump jury deliberations. Day number 2 resumes at 9:30. The oddities and absurdities from yesterday with Judge Juan Merchan and how long the jury took to deliberate and the questions that they still have. We'll get to that, all of that as we continue this morning. It's Kayal and Company, Thursday morning, back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Time! Great workout, Rock.
I'll hit the showers.
Not anymore, Rock. I went to Half Price Hot Tubs and got a nice hot tub and infrared sauna.
Hey, yo, Mick, how many rounds did you go to get that deal?
At Half Price Hot Tubs, you always get the best price on the best brands with more inventory than you have sequels.
I'll get one for me and Buckus.
Half Price Hot Tub sale ends soon. Save an additional $500 and get our unique chemical-free system at 0% financing.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I am a dad, as you know, 3 amazing kids. And as a dad, I can tell you what Dad wants this Father's Day. He doesn't want a tie. We don't want sweaters. We don't want golf shirts. We want steaks, baby. That's what our dads want. That's what I want. Steaks from Omaha Steaks. A world-class dad deserves a world-class steak. And this Father's Day, the experts at omahasteaks.com have made it so easy for you. omahasteaks.com. Use my name, Zioli, at checkout for an additional discount when you shop gourmet gift packages for Father's Day. With Omaha Steaks, the possibilities are endless. I'm talking about endless flavor, endless variety, endless value. Truly the best of the best. Better than any of those low-energy steaks you can get in the grocery store. Use my name, Zioli, for exclusive savings at checkout. So go to omahasteaks.com, put in my name, Zioli, Z-E-O-L-I, because if there's one thing Omaha Steaks knows, it's that dads want steak. Take it from this dad, omahasteaks.com, promo code Zioli.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies. And we can probably help you, too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
My dad, Len, always says, the minute you get in a car, everyone, front and back, should buckle up.
And my son Jordan always says, the minute you get in a car accident, first seek medical attention and then call us. This is Len Lundy.
And I'm Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. My dad and I hope you never meet us because of an accident. But if you do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers.
Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head, and just over $30,000. That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask like 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. Optima Tax Relief. They're the best in the business.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
6:30 Thursday morning. It's Kayal and Company. Rise and shine, everybody. Let's go. We have a lot to break down this morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. 855-839-1210. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. The playlist continually. The jukebox in the hands of Brian Kester, King Shooter Supply and King of Prussia, as he donated $500 to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Nice work out of him. He'll have more of the music tomorrow and maybe even Monday. But let's get to the Trump trial, as jury deliberations right around lunchtime yesterday. They go about 4.5 hours. They cannot arrive and come to a conclusion in agreement as to what's going on. You get 2 issues and 2 questions from the jury that arose, and now the jury needs to review more of the testimony. And one of the most, I don't know if this is outrageous, outlandish, I'm not sure what adjective best describes it, but I've never heard of a judge telling the jury in jury instructions, like what Judge Juan Merchan did yesterday, that they do not need to have a unanimous verdict in order to convict Donald Trump. And we're going to get to this 4x4x4 ruling in just a moment. And I tweeted this yesterday, and I asked our buddy David Gelman, who's going to join us at 9:30 this morning, criminal defense attorney. I said, I'd love to know how often this type of jury instruction from a judge is given. Is this a common occurrence? And David said it's as common as Joe Biden putting together a full sentence. The issue is one of many rulings that the judge has made totally incorrectly and would be reversed. You're going to hear from Andy McCarthy coming up in just a moment. But I do want to highlight a couple of things that Jonathan Turley said in his latest column yesterday afternoon with The Hill, where he's talking about this Manhattan case. And he says the following. At the start of closing arguments, most honest observers were still wondering what the prosecutors were alleging as to the crime that Trump was allegedly concealing with the falsification of business records. Then came closing arguments. In the case of Judge Juan Merchan, this protection was all but absent as the prosecution engaged in flagrant violations, from offering testimony on unestablished facts to directly contradicting prior judge instructions. In one of the most egregious moments, prosecutor Joshua Steinglass told the jury that it is an established fact that former President Trump's counsel Michael Cohen committed a federal election law violation on the direct orders of Donald Trump. Merchan had repeatedly said that Cohen's earlier plea could not be used to imply the guilt of Mr. Trump. Merchan overruled an objection, and Steinglass proceeded, as he did earlier in the trial, to repeat these false statements. So then Turley goes on to say the following. Going into the deliberations, the court allowed the jury to be told repeatedly that there were federal campaign violations committed by Trump. Quote, that is not true. However, the instructions then went in for the kill and turned the jury deliberations into a canned hunt. Consider just a few highlights from the curious aspects of these deliberations. And this is the big issue yesterday. This is the big sticking point in this whole finality of this case. First, the judge has ruled that the jury does not have to agree on what actually occurred in the case. I'm trying to wrap my head around that. What do you mean the jury does not have to agree? What country, what world are we living in? Merchan ruled that the government had vaguely referenced three possible crimes that constitute, quote, the unlawful means used to influence the election: a federal election violation, the falsification of business records, and a tax violation. Translation, as long as a juror says Trump did one of these three, they can all arrive at the conclusion that this is a unanimous guilty verdict. The jurors were then told that they could split on what occurred, with 4 jurors accepting each of the 3 possible crimes in a 4x4x4 split. The court would still consider that a unanimous verdict so long as they agree that it was in furtherance of some crime, to which we still don't know what that crime is because the prosecution hasn't even proven that or even elaborated as to what that is. Let's play this. This is K1, Andy McCarthy yesterday outside of the courthouse in Manhattan. I believe he was on with Harris Faulkner on Fox News talking about this kind of startling revelation. And Andy McCarthy is a former federal prosecutor. You can listen to what he has to say about what Merchan instructed the jury that they have the right to do. Listen and watch this clip.
Well, let me ask you about the 3 choices. And one thing in particular that this judge said that these jurors could do. He just delivered what is being called really the pinnacle of all of this. He said that there is no need to agree on what has occurred. They can disagree on what the crime was among the 3 choices. Thus, this means that they could split 4, 4, 4, and the judge would still treat them unanimously. What does that mean?
Yeah. Well, it's really outrageous because in a normal criminal case, every statutory crime has what we call elements of the offense. Like in a bank robbery case, it's, you have to rob, it's got to be a financial institution, you have to show intent. Those are the things the jury has to agree on unanimously that they were proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Here, what we're doing is taking the element that actually makes this a felony, because remember, falsification of records is normally a misdemeanor in New York. What makes it a felony is that you're concealing or committing another crime. And here the judge is telling them they don't have to agree about what the other crime is under circumstances where that not only is what makes this a felony, what makes it a 4-year potential prison penalty rather than a year or less, but it's also what gets us into the courtroom, because if this had been a misdemeanor, the time to bring this case would have lapsed in 2019. So the only reason they're still able to bring this case is because it's a felony, allegedly, and yet now the judge is saying, you don't have to agree on what the felony is.
Dawn, I want to get your thoughts on this. I think that clip yesterday occurred at 11:08 a.m., so a lot of this probably unfolding as you were on the air. I have never seen anything like this, and I thought this whole case was a very, very big stretch to begin with, and it just took a step further in that direction, in my opinion. Oh, no.
Yeah, I think that this is all, we've talked a lot about Matthew Colangelo, who was, used to work for the Biden administration, and he's kind of leading this as the prosecutor. So this is his brainchild. He has figured out that if you do like it's kind of like a mix and match situation. So it's the predicate crime, but you can mix and match these. And so I know that this was part of the huge argument a week ago when they were going through the judge's instructions, what they could and could not do. And the defense had argued that jurors should have to agree on a single predicate offense. That's the norm. But this was prosecutor Matthew Colangelo. He said, no, the law does not actually require that. We don't have to rewrite things. And so that was that court proceeding that was a week ago. And I think that's why they knew. I hope at that point they just started writing their appeals case.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Because to me, I think any of the counts, and then I was thinking about the signature, because there are checks written, then there are receipts. Yesterday they wanted to, and so some of them Trump, at least 9 of them Trump signed. But then I would say, well, yeah, he's signing things for his lawyer, but will they look at that? And that's part of the reason yesterday morning I was saying I think there could be this mixed verdict because of this. Because truthfully, I think it's so darn confusing and that's what they want, is to confuse, but also it just tees them up for the appeal, people.
All they want is some element of a conviction because they want to be able to say convicted felon Donald J. Trump, because that's stigmatizing. People see that, read that, hear that. They say, oh, my God, a president, convicted felon. It carries a label. It carries a negative connotation. That's the whole objective here. It's not necessarily putting Trump away for the rest of his life, letting him die in prison. It's all about doing whatever they can to manipulate people's thought process and say, oh, you know what? I can't vote for a convicted felon. I guess I'll just vote for Joe Biden. So I think this is just and there's so many things to pick apart here. If Trump is found guilty of X, Y, or Z, we're going to get into that and what that means. If there's a hung jury, we're going to get into that as to what that means, and also what type of impact a guilty verdict to any extent will have on the polls and ultimately for Trump with his reelection campaign. David Gelman, who's going to join us at 9:30, said this yesterday. The judge should have dismissed the case in its face alone. He just ripped up the Constitution and made an absolute mockery of the legal system. And if you're looking at this, and maybe you're not living this day by day like the rest of us are. In fact, I think a lot of people have already made up their mind who they're going to vote for. And a lot of people are not consuming the play-by-play and the updates of the trial as it plays out through a variety of websites or Twitter feeds that you follow. Just to kind of give you a recap of when we talk about, as Trump would say, a sham trial. There's a great breakdown here of 11 bullet points from beginning to end of this trial as to show you and illustrate what Donald Trump has been dealing with. So first of all, you have a Soros-funded DA in Alvin Bragg who elevated a misdemeanor to a felony despite lowering 60% of all felonies in his jurisdiction down to misdemeanors. The lead prosecutor, who I think you were just referencing, Dawn,
Michael Colangelo.
Michael Colangelo resigned his position as the third highest ranking member of the Biden DOJ to join Alvin Bragg's team that's going after Trump. The judge donated to Joe Biden and has a daughter who raised millions of dollars for the Democrats off of Trump prosecutions. The other lead prosecutor is also a donor to Joe Biden. The lead witness that the whole case relies on is a convicted perjurer and serial liar. That's Michael Cohen. The judge has put a gag order on Trump for pointing out the political conflicts of interest of the people prosecuting him. The, quote, crime relies on the idea that Trump paid off Stormy Daniels to conceal another crime, which is not mentioned in the indictment, which David Gelman mentions. There's no mention of the crime in the indictment. The judge barred Trump's defense from explaining to the jury that no campaign finance violation occurred, but allowed prosecutors to assert as fact that it did occur in their closing argument. And then the judge has cleared out the courtroom when Michael Cohen's former attorney was exonerating Trump, but allowed the prosecution to bring in Stormy Daniels to talk about whether or not Trump used a condom. Those are some of the main recaps so far. And the judge has also barred a former federal elections campaign commissioner from testifying that Donald Trump did nothing wrong. And the judge is allowing the jury to not have to reach a unanimous verdict on the underlying unnamed crime that Trump committed. There's, if you've been in a cave since Easter, that's what you missed so far. And yet there's going to be some people in this country that are going to be like, lock him up, lock him up. I'm sorry, if you have an ounce of objectivity, you're looking at this case and you're like, okay, there might be a guilty verdict, but my God, what an embarrassment that will be for this country.
Yeah, and just to equate this, I just think that the Matthew Colangelo, and they've talked a lot about it. It's like Martha McCallum leaving Fox News and coming here to anchor a local Philadelphia show. That's what that's like. Going from DOJ, from a huge job at DOJ, and to work with assisting DA Bragg in New York. Why? Why would you do that? To me, that right there is a smoking gun, that you have the Biden administration orchestrating this whole persecution. And so I mean, I know that Jim Jordan and the House, committee, House Judiciary, they called for all the back and forth and the communication, but that was like a week ago or 10 days ago. I just think, again, I just feel like they should have been doing that the moment Colangelo was put in charge of this thing, which was, I mean, they've been plotting this. Yeah. That was maybe early 2023 or 2022. So this was all TikTok. This was the plot. And so I just feel like the Republicans, the House Republicans, were late to the party on this.
Shocking.
And so I think they don't. All this is going to come out. We're going to hear all the documents. And by the way, where's the investigation? If we want to talk about Pecker and what he did, which was try to kill stories, well, why don't we put the two together and say, oh, who else tried to kill a major story for political reasons? Oh, the Hunter Biden laptop story.
Yeah.
You look at Miranda Devine. She's so angry.
I know.
She's writing about that. But seriously, people kill stories and get stories killed all the time. It happens locally. It happens nationally. It happens all the time. The fact that they put all this out here together and now they're rewriting the way that a jury can decide somebody's fate for alleged felony crimes. This is a travesty of justice.
It is. And there's also a precedent that's being set that I think is very scary and very dangerous. And to be honest, and partisan politics aside, I don't want to see a Republican judge or prosecutor or in a red county do this to a Democrat when the Democrat hasn't done anything wrong, or there's no established precedent of going after a Democrat president. I don't want to live in a nation where we are going after presidents over petty things like this. Call it what you want, a bookkeeping error, a clerical mistake, killing a story, whatever it is. Could you just imagine this? Imagine we lived in a world in 2008 or 2012 where a red state with a Republican or conservative prosecutor campaigned on going after Barack Obama and tried to bring down Barack Obama. Could you imagine the media outrage that there would be in this country? And all the connotations of racism and integrity and a corrupt system and the whole bit. Could you imagine that? But on this side, and to the credit of these legal analysts on all the networks, from MSNBC to CNN to Fox and everywhere in between, overwhelmingly, most people, whether they're a former federal prosecutor, criminal defense attorney, judge, anybody with an ounce of knowledge of the legal system, has almost unanimously shredded this case, except for, I think, one guy on MSNBC who yesterday said that He's got a man crush on Judge Juan Merchan or something, which, there goes his credibility. But so that's kind of the recap of where we stand. And we'll also get into, on the other side, and after Dawn's news in the 7 o'clock hour, what a guilty verdict means, what a hung jury means, and how that plays out, and whether or not Alvin Bragg, unless he gets a unanimous conviction, would be able to again retry the case if a mistrial is deemed valid. We'll get to that as we continue. 855-839-1210. Kayal and Company back after this.
Celebrating 30 years, award-winning local business, Mike and Mark Chapman. Chapman windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation. They do it all. And if you're thinking about maybe a little bit of a home makeover, whether it's your front door. I have some family members, they said, we hate our front door. Want to call Chapman. Mike Chapman came out, just giving them estimates, giving them ideas because they have an irregular sized door. That's what Chapman is all about, whether it's one window, whether it's all your windows, siding, stucco remediation. They do it all, and they do beautiful work. They take pride in their work. By now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I would only trust the Chapman team. I just want to add on that list and make sure you know about stucco remediation. It's something you hear in the news, but I would trust nobody else with this important investment in your home. And the certified Chapman installers are the professionals you want on the job. And think about this, updating it with James Hardy plank, or maybe all the beautiful choices that they offer with vinyl siding. It's going to add value and beauty to your home. So just give them a call. You can text. They're listening. They're local. They're like-minded. 610-431-8898. 610-431-8898. Online, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Take a virtual tour. See those before and after photos. I love those. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started Wesley Financial Group to do one thing: help people get out of their timeshare nightmare. When you buy a timeshare, the timeshare company can raise your annual maintenance fees at will. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Want out of your timeshare? Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. Call 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee, if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Something amazing is happening in animation. Studios are processing data faster. That's because CDW showed them new ways to maximize their infrastructure, then built a flexible Dell Technologies data solution. More automation led to reduced maintenance times and greater efficiency, so that creativity stays the star of the show. Dell Technologies and CDW make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/Dell Data Center.
Seasons change. Why not your tech? Upgrade now during the Dell Technologies Summer Sale event and save on select PCs like the XPS 16 powered by Intel Core processors. You'll be able to bring your most intensive projects to life with built-in AI, minimalistic design, immersive visuals, and cinematic audio. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics plus free shipping on everything. Amazing prices await you for a limited time only at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on a tribute to Philly sports fans on the Boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey, Saturday, July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Free speech lives here with Dawn Stenslin weekdays 10 till noon. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
$6.53.
Sugar Magnolia.
It's Kayal Company. As we roll on, Don will have some news coming up to kick off hour number 2, and then we're going to get into all the different scenarios, all the specifics of what exactly a hung jury entails and what that means for Donald Trump, what that means for the case moving forward. Will it be retried under a mistrial? Also, all the different possibilities of a guilty verdict. So if you like some of the legal stuff, we're going to continue that to kick off hour number 2, and then we'll get to the battle between the Kelseys and Eagle fans and the mayor of Margate, New Jersey, before we get to the cut sheet. Plus, Zioli and I have a bet. We'll get to the details of that coming up in hour number 2. Our man Tony Bruno is back on Twitter. And also a Trump verdict, a guilty verdict. How will that impact the polls? How will that impact people's thoughts when it comes to voting November 5th? We will give you those details as well in the latest NPR PBS News Marist poll when we come back. But on the other side, we'll get to the news. Dawn's got it lined up. Hour number 2, round number 2 is ready to go when we come back. Kayal Company on this beautiful Thursday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is known for being South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. Choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area or have their master jewelers create a one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Designers, excavators, engineers, architects, listen up.
What are you doing? We're working here.
If you want to save time, effort, and money on your next underground utility project, start using Pennsylvania One Call System's Coordinate PA application. Coordinate PA is the next generation of utility coordination that allows you to easily transfer and manage your complex projects from start to finish, all the way from the designer to the excavator. Be prepared for your next underground utility project with Coordinate PA.
Makes sense.
Visit pa1call.org to learn more.
Have you questioned your doctor about symptoms like low energy, digestive issues, brain fog, joint pain, just not feeling right, just something is off, and you're only left settling for unanswered questions, or worse, being told it's just because you're getting older? You don't have to settle for unanswered questions any longer. With Younger Me MD's exclusive VIP membership program, aging doesn't have to make you feel older. Their proven 3-step process and functional medicine approach helps you discover the underlying causes of your issues. As a member, you get access to high-level personalized treatment plans, as well as discounts on treatments and supplements. If you're ready to live the life you deserve, it's time to learn about Younger Me MD's VIP membership program. Call 445-266-4024. 445-266-4024. That's 445-266-4024. And schedule your consultation with Younger Me MD.
WPHT, WPHT, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Although you try not to, most of us have used an ATM out of network. And at the end, you get that notice that it's going to cost you $4 extra.
Are you kidding me?
So you're paying money to get your own money. It makes you crazy. In retirement, you're going to want to use that 401k, but every time you dip into it, you have to pay taxes. Here we go again. You have to pay money to get your own money.
Oh, come on!
Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group believes that every retirement plan needs a tax plan. Without it, you're using Uncle Sam's plan. And do you really think that's going to work in your favor? Call Retire Ready Financial Group today at 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. Or you can find them online at retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal Company, 7:01 Thursday morning. Hopefully all of you off to a great start to your work day. Another glorious day of weather on the way. Beautiful stretch coming up as we continue. Cut sheet 7:45 this morning. Criminal defense attorney David Gelman at 9:30 with some legal analysis on everything Trump as verdict watch continues. Jury deliberations, day number 2. Court will resume at 9:30 this morning. And we've got a lot of other good stuff to get to as well, including what played out with the Kelseys and also Dr. Jill Biden making the rounds yesterday. You'll hear from her and others coming up in the cut sheet. If you missed the big take this morning on Biden's appearance in Philadelphia yesterday, along with the Vice President Kamala Harris, go back and get that on the Odyssey app or on YouTube. But right now, let's get to the news. Round number 2, 7:02. The great Dawn Stensland.
Hey, and good morning this Thursday morning, May the 30th, 59 degrees. Full, beautiful forecast in just a moment. We are sponsored this morning in Kayal Company News Live. Our sponsor this morning is North to Shore Fest. We do have breaking news. Police investigating after a person. It sounds like there was an exchange of gunfire with a person or people robbing a man Initially, it was reported that this was a police-involved shooting, and now they're backing off of that. So I'm trying to parse through the latest information on this. But we know that the robbery and shooting took place within the last less than 2 hours ago, 2100 block of East Moreland Street, according to Philadelphia police. A would-be robber or robbers opening fire first, and then the other person, their intended victim, if you will, was armed and fired back. So at least 12 shots fired from the two weapons. Somebody was defending themselves. The question is, initially it was reported that the victim in this one was an off-duty cop. So, and now there's a back and forth depending on the sourcing on this one. So it looks like there was nobody killed on the scene, and we don't have any life-threatening injuries. So police investigating that shooting in Philadelphia's Port Richmond section early this morning, still on scene, marking the spots, obviously, as they do with those evidence markers. One person was treated on the scene, but I don't have reports of life-threatening injuries. That just in, and this is happening right now as I speak. Breaking news. We'll continue to follow it. We also have a man who was killed after being struck by a vehicle while just crossing the street in Philadelphia's Juniata Park section. Police searching for that hit-and-run driver, the driver who took off after fatally striking a man and killing him. Happened Tarsdale Avenue, right near Hunting Park Avenue, shortly before midnight, and then that crime scene investigation happening overnight. The only thing they're telling us, the victim in this one ID'd as a 44-year-old man who was killed. We know that they're looking for an SUV, a smaller SUV, possibly a Honda CRV. And it's mainly blue, but multicolored, so it looks like there was work being done on the vehicle. And so they're looking for that. They looked through overnight all that surveillance video. And then we talked earlier, the update about that motorcyclist killed allegedly by the 5 teens in a stolen vehicle. He's identified as 55-year-old Wilberto Casillas. His family speaking out last night about this tragedy as he was riding his motorcycle through a neighborhood, and he's a dad, he's a husband, by all accounts, just a beloved community member and family member. He was struck by this stolen vehicle driven by, allegedly, a 17-year-old by the name of Bryce Neely. And Bryce Neely was wearing an ankle bracelet. So a lot of questions, of course, by the victim's family, Mr. Casillas' family, saying, why was this 17-year-old wearing an ankle bracelet? And he's in a stolen vehicle. He's under arrest, being charged as an adult. But why was he even out in the first place?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So 5 teenagers in all were arrested, including the 17-year-old I mentioned. I will say to you that the other people in the vehicle, all girls, ages 14 to 17.
Okay.
In that Kia.
Are they being charged as well? Do we know the details?
That's a good question, Nick Kayal.
Yeah.
And it's third-degree murder.
Right.
Charges that they're placing. So we want to watch that. The officers, law enforcement officers who were in pursuit of that stolen vehicle, they are on desk duty, administrative duty, as they call it, as the department investigates. So we're watching that one as well. Will the police in any way be blamed for pursuing a stolen vehicle with 5 teens inside, one of them wearing an ankle bracelet? We're watching that very carefully. And Cape May County officials holding this news conference this afternoon, promising tougher new measures to protect the public safety on the boardwalk for a big weekend that's going to be a beautiful one. It's going to be a beautiful weekend. So 4 o'clock, Ocean City Music Pier, Ocean City Boardwalk. They're going to hold this news conference and talk about what they're doing to crack down on the utes and the violence and fights that are happening on the boardwalk.
You could just get to the the crux of the issue and quit the facade of news conferences and conference room meetings if you just do your job and allow people to do their jobs and, enforce the laws that are on the books. Like, we don't need to have meetings and press conferences and waste time and energy and resources. Just do your job. But most importantly, allow them to do their job. This is not complicated. It really isn't.
Yeah, and the police union is speaking out now, talking about this. That and that's a piece of this. The police union is saying these laws handcuff law enforcement.
Yeah,
in New Jersey,
right?
New Jersey.
We live in a world now where the police are handcuffed.
Yeah, amen, brother. I know that we're going to talk more about the Kelseys, so I'll take that one out of the newscast with the Margate mayor making them a special date night offer. So we'll talk about that.
Yeah, baby.
And we've been talking a lot about the Trump trial resuming, jury deliberations resuming, and as well Joe Biden and Kamala mucking up a lot of traffic with 2 separate motorcades yesterday, but speaking at Girard College. I'll take you to Boyertown Area School District. So this is part of Berks County, part of Montgomery County. Huge school district in our area. They've canceled the final 2 days of school this week, which would be today and tomorrow. And so you may say to yourself, why are they canceling the last 2 days of school? These are joyous days. The kids won't get their report cards. That's delayed too. The final projects that they have, they're not going to be able to do their presentations and so much more. A network server that is having major complications impacting the heating and cooling systems, as well as their intercom systems. So they're saying that because the network server is down and having glitches, they've canceled school today and tomorrow.
Now, you mentioned the first part of that being the heating and cooling.
Mm-hmm. It's
to my knowledge, the weather is going to be a high of what, 79, 82?
75. It's a beautiful 75-degree day today. It's beautiful weather. Open the windows.
Yeah, open the windows up.
Go outside.
Full disclosure, my senior year of high school, I did the math based on my current grade point average in each of my classes, and I had A's and B's. And I said, okay, if I take a 0 on the final exam, will I still pass these classes? And I did the math, and it said yes, I would. I didn't go to high school my last 5 days my senior year. I shut it down early. Yeah, I'm being honest.
You're a man after my own heart. I would have done the same thing.
I was like, all right, let me get my calculator. I've got an 87.
Absolutely.
If I take a 0, the final's worth 15%.
I used to do those things all the time.
I still get a 70.
Yep.
I'm already admitted into college. I'm not coming. Just full disclosure.
You know, a lot of schools, I know at LaSalle, they do this. If you have let's say you have an A average, you don't have to take the finals.
Wow.
So they incentivize you, depending on the class, obviously.
Okay.
But a lot of them, they'll say, if you have an A in this class, hey, you get finals week off.
Yeah.
How about that?
I told my mom that, and she just put her head down. Whatever, Nicholas.
She called you. Oh, I thought she called you Nikki.
No, Nicholas.
She called you Nicholas.
Yeah. I told my dad that. He just gave me the side eye. It was just like, all right, I'll just have to interpret what that means.
I love it. Well, for them, they will have graduation this evening. That goes on. It's at Santander Arena. But as far as the World Language Finals, 8th grade project presentation, I'd be very upset. I mean, they issued a sweet apology, and they just said, I guess they're not allowed to have school with that server down. I don't know.
All right.
So no school the last 2 days. Probably some people very upset, and some people are thrilled. No doubt.
Well, when you missed a year and a half with virtual, what's 2 days going to do to you, right?
Yeah. If you have younger kids, what about childcare, though?
That's true.
It's an entire school district.
Yeah. Speaking of childcare, by the way, yesterday my sister sent me a screenshot of her
baby.
Their invoice, because now the baby is doing some daycare. It's like a second mortgage. It is. The childcare cost is unbelievable.
Yes. Well, they have 3?
They have 2.
They have 2.
Yeah. 5 and under 1 year.
Yeah. Well, it's more expensive, at least where I send my kid. It's more expensive if they're younger.
Yep.
It requires obviously more care.
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
I remember my stepson when he was like in 8th grade, and he looked up Swedish nannies. And he just said, I really need a Swedish nanny.
That's
like,
funny.
Jonathan, what are you talking about?
I was looking up Swedish nannies last night around 10:30.
But your sister might want the Irish and Italian. They're Spain. You can get a live-in nanny who's a student.
Yeah.
And it's actually, because of the room and board and stuff, it's actually cheaper than what she's paying.
Is that right?
Yep.
All right. Have to
I
pass
want
that
to look
along.
into it.
Maybe she's listening.
Yes, Aaron, do it. North to shore. See what great advice you get on this show.
We give you life advice, political
it's like
advice,
a buffet.
legal advice, yeah, radio advice, you name it.
We thank our sponsor, North to Shore Festival. Prudential presents North to Shore, New Jersey's biggest music and arts festival, June, Asbury Park. Saturday is June already, June 1st. So Asbury Park, Atlantic City, Newark, 200-plus performances, including the B-52s, Frankie Valli, Lake Street Dive, and more. The festival only Jersey could handle. Visit northtoshore.com. Like we say today, 75 gorgeous degrees for your Thursday forecast. Bright sunny skies after all the rain and the storms that we had. I know we had some downed trees and whatnot this morning, but it's going to be a beautiful Friday tomorrow as well. More sunshine with a high of 77 degrees. And for your weekend, Saturday, picture perfect. That's a picture perfect start to June with a high of 84 degrees. And then Sunday, mostly cloudy with a high of 82 degrees. We talked about our Philadelphia Phillies. We did not get swept out west by the Giants. We were winning that one. We won 6-1, and the Phils have a day off today, traveling home. So it looks like when they start the new series tomorrow, what a gorgeous stretch for baseball.
Yes.
Weather-wise here in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I saw one of the Mets players. He threw his glove into the crowd. He said the Mets are the worst organization in baseball, and they cut him. Newsflash, if you want to lose your job, just say that your employer's the worst organization, and they will probably designate you for assignment.
Unless you're in talk radio. That was Howard Stern's whole bit.
Well, that's true. Good point.
Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Cut sheet coming up at 7:45. At 7:35, I want to get to this Jason Kelce fan, heckler, and mayor comment and apology. But up next, we'll wrap up our Trump conversation. What exactly will play out if we get a hung jury, and what are the scenarios with a guilty verdict? Both of those on the other side. But first, a word from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Recently had the pleasure of exploring the new Mercedes-Benz C300 Coupe at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester. Sleek and stylish on the outside, packed with advanced technology and luxury on the inside. Its touchscreen interface and AI voice recognition are sure to impress. It's like having Alexa or Siri right at your dashboard. It's remarkable. The 2024 C300 features a turbocharged 2-liter, 4-cylinder engine with 255 horsepower. You can check it out today at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, where I stopped about 8 weeks ago, Wilmington, Delaware, or Atlantic City. Or shop online at PiazzaPremiumAutos.com and tell them Nick sent you.
Today, everyone is trying to eat healthier and eat more fresh foods. Well, that also goes for your four-legged friends. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. If you are not aware of the new generation of fresh food diets available for your four-legged friends, then you are missing out. At Dogs and Cats Rule, we carry a wide-ranging selection of fresh foods that includes raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, and baked. To learn more, visit any of our 7 locations. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
I think one of the things that patients don't realize is that when they get a joint replacement, that's not a lifetime treatment option. And they're probably, if they are a younger patient, signing up for multiple surgeries down the road.
As a physician and medical director for QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli's seen a pattern of trending joint pain. Prolonged medication, steroids, then surgery, possibly another surgery.
So a lot of our patients are trying to avoid or put off surgery, and this is the treatment that can help them do that.
QC Kinetics extracts your body's healing substances, concentrates them back into your aching joints to help heal and restore those areas, providing lasting relief.
Oh, I love being able to tell my patients, before we do this surgery, let's try another option. Let's see if this is right for you, because now they might not have to have surgery at all.
Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head, and just over $30,000. That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask like 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. Optima Tax Relief. They're the best in the business.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Did you know you can stream Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app? Just download the free Odyssey app and search for Fox News Radio to hear the voices you trust. Brian Kilmeade.
Why are we so scared of Iran thinking that we're at war with them?
Guy Benson.
Get the bleep out of here. It's disgusting.
Jimmy Fallon.
Then this administration rolled into town with a checkbook.
Are all on the free Odyssey app. From the news and talk to keep you informed and up to date during election season. Listen to Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-514-1026. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
My dad loves steak, and that's why when I send him Omaha Steaks every year for Father's Day, he's excited because we get to grill together, we get to enjoy family together, and Omaha Steaks makes it so easy for you to give Dad what he wants. Your husband, your father, your uncle, your godfather, whoever, world-class dads deserve a world-class steak. And when you use my name Zioli at checkout at omahasteaks.com, you're going to get additional discounts. That's right. When you shop gourmet gift packages for Father's Day, you can combine them, make endless possibilities, burgers, steaks, side dishes, desserts, beautiful premium proteins like juicy pork chops, unbelievable stuff. It's what dads want, right? Dads don't return steak, right? They return ties and golf shirts. Got enough golf shirts. Go to omahasteaks.com. Put in my name Zioli, Z-E-O-L-I at checkout. You're going to get extra savings from the world's original butcher. That's right. Order now and send Dad an unforgettable gift package starting at just $89 with promo code Zioli. omahasteaks.com, promo code Zioli. Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to NJDiet.com. Get ready for spring with NJDiet.com.
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
One pill makes you larger, and one pill makes you small.
Kayal and Company, 7:21 Thursday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Brian Kester, King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia. He is in charge of the music for a couple of more days as he donated $500 to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. By the way, you can continue to donate for our bike ride, bendtoshore.org or gregstockersucks.com. I think we're up to about 6,500-ish.
Yeah, we are.
On our way to 20,000 as our goal. Well on the way there. Linda Kearns yesterday dropping 1,000. Nice work out of her.
Yeah,
She'll be playing a bunch of Elvis coming up.
Yeah, I sent her a note yesterday just saying, like, hey, let's, give me the playlist. I'll get it on when I can. I think next week we're going to do somebody else from the Travis Manion Foundation.
Okay.
I think we have one more.
Yep.
donor for that, and then we'll get to Linda's stuff.
That's correct. Also, another veteran spotlight next Wednesday,
Wow.
first Wednesday of each month here on Kayal and Company, courtesy of Window Nation. So we look forward to that. All right, so let's put a bow on our Trump conversation, and then we're going to get to this absurd story with Jason Kelsey, the mayor of Margate, and fans/hecklers. Will break down the footage. So jury deliberations continue. 9:30 this morning, day number 2. They had 4.5 hours yesterday. They needed further instructions from the judge. They want to review testimony. They're kind of caught up on 2 instructions and 2 issues that Judge Juan Merchan has put down. Yesterday, as we got ready to wrap up, as jury deliberations were set to begin, we all went on record. You can go back and get our predictions and watch the video on social media. I retweeted that last night. I believe Greg Stocker voted guilty. I have a hung jury, and Dawn, if I believe correctly, guilty on some counts, kind of along the lines of the whole 4x4x4 concept that we were talking about earlier, correct?
Yeah, because that's what I said. It'll be a mixed bag because of the mix and match ruling that was about a week ago, when they did the judge's instructions.
Yeah.
So I think that they will find him guilty on some counts.
All right. So let's start with the possibility of a hung jury. So you might be saying, all right, what happens if they come back today or tomorrow from deliberations and the jury is hung? So a unanimous decision, and this is courtesy of independent.co.uk with the legal breakdown. A unanimous decision is required under New York law to secure either the conviction of a criminal defendant or their acquittal. Anything else will result in a hung jury. Simply put, that means it takes just one dissenting voice amongst the dozen jurors to leave the case in a state of limbo. If such a disagreement arises, but the gap between the 2 camps is relatively small, for instance, if 11 jurors are in agreement with only one person being the holdout, their foreperson will report the impasse back to Judge Juan Merchan, who will then urge them to go away and resume their discussions in the hope of finding common ground. This is an instruction known as the Allen or the dynamite charge. But if a consensus still cannot be reached, and they go back to Merchan and they say, it's been 90 minutes, it's been 2.5 hours, we're still at the same spot we were, the judge will be forced to declare a mistrial. If that scenario comes to pass, it will fall to Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg to decide whether he wishes or feels it is worthwhile to attempt to retry the case. If my gut feeling is, if that plays out and it's back in the lap of Alvin Bragg, I think he's going to try to retry it. I just don't see all of a sudden, well, we gave it our best effort.
He could try, but it would never come to fruition.
I agree.
Yeah.
It just feels like, though, with the vendetta and the MO, so to speak, with all of this, that they would take another shot, but I just don't see it working out. Now, they also say it is also possible that the jury might reach consensus on some, but not all of the charges that have been levied against the defendant, which could prompt the judge to accept a partial verdict, which is what Dawn is talking about. In that scenario, the prosecution could also elect to retry Mr. Trump. At that point, I don't think they would attempt to retry, because Alvin Bragg, if he gets a few verdicts here and there, a few guilty
all they need is one.
Like he's going to say, well, I got one, and boom, I've got a conviction on this charge, because remember, there's 34 of them. So Alvin Bragg can say, well, I got one of them. So that is kind of where we are if a hung jury is what plays out. Now, Greg has said he thinks it'll come back guilty. So here's what happens if guilty happens. In theory, though it's highly unlikely, this is according to the New York Post, Trump could face 136 years behind bars. That's not going to happen. It is far more likely that he would be given concurrent sentences for each of the 34 counts, meaning the most likely maximum he would face in jail is 4 years behind bars. 4 years is a lot for anybody, much less for somebody 77 or 78 years old. Could be your life. You never know. It's also possible that the judge would not sentence him at all to going behind bars. The presumptive Republican presidential nominee would not be able to pardon himself of a conviction in this case if he was reelected and became the 47th president, since this is a state case and not a federal one. And of course, Trump he would face the same limitation if he's convicted in the Georgia election fraud case and reelected, since that also has charges at the state level and not the federal level. He also faces 2 other criminal cases, as we know, January 6th in Mar-a-Lago. Those are in federal court for the mishandling of classified documents in the 2020 election, for which, in theory, he'd be able to pardon himself. Although legal experts have said, because now people have asked the question, could Trump run for office and also serve as president if reelected from behind bars? Legal experts have said that there's nothing in the U.S. Constitution that would prevent Trump from running for office or even serving as president from behind bars. So after the way everything played out yesterday, we gave our predictions yesterday, heading into jury deliberations. Are we still of the belief of what we all said with our verdicts? Because I would argue yesterday, and I said this a couple of times earlier in the week, if the jury came back in 35 minutes, 40 minutes, an hour, I think it would be a unanimous guilty across the board. The fact that they went 4.5, 5 hours and have all these questions and they want to revisit testimony and look through other evidence again.
And what the testimony they're revisiting.
That's a good point as well.
David Pecker, the one was good and one was bad.
Yeah.
Right? The fact that they want to review David Pecker, that one, I'm like, what are they looking at there? So I think that one was the more concerning one. And I think that, I don't know. I infer from the vibe of the defense team that's
you can't really read into the
I know.
of these. You really can't. Honestly, like any
I'm
lawyer would
this,
tell you. Any lawyer would tell you that.
It's true.
But
855-839-1210. Sorry, I was sipping my coffee.
I know. I live, and breathe this stuff. When I saw that they were reviewing David Pecker, I was like, ruh-roh.
So you're still with your prediction from yesterday?
I am.
Okay.
I think I'm still, look, I'm prayerful that we do have 2 attorneys, but they are, they work for liberal Manhattan law firms. But there are 2 attorneys.
Oh, is that true? I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's the report.
I just knew they were lawyers. I didn't know.
So on one side, if you're a lawyer, come on. Those judges' instructions, like that is nutso.
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, you got to go back to work. You got to go to your, as I always say, like your black mock turtleneck martini party in Manhattan. You got to face all your law firm buddies. And these are, I think, liberal law firms or your neighbors, whatever. There's pressure. I mean, there's no question that there's pressure on all these individuals. So, but I do hope and pray that somebody on that jury, especially somebody who went to law school, would look at the fact, certainly they've got to know Colangelo worked for the Department of Justice. Alvin Bragg's not running this thing. This is the Biden administration, if you ask me.
I agree.
And I think it's totally, it's just outrageous.
Yeah.
Well, the fact that they're going back and asking for, by the way, the judge is going to have to reread.
I know.
And everything.
And they want to read.
That's their law.
They want to do. They want to be reread. The instructions too, and apparently that took like 90 minutes yesterday.
Yeah.
So I don't know how long these instructions and rereading of the testimony is going to take today. But I mean, the fact that these questions began with the Pecker stuff and the Karen McDougal stuff shows that maybe they're just starting at the beginning.
Yeah,
because you're talking about 5 weeks, 4 weeks of testimony that like this happened at the we forget that because we live this stuff every day. It's like, oh yeah, I forgot David Pecker testified. I forgot Hope Hicks testified.
Right.
Because we were just focused on Stormy Daniels and Michael Cohen. But if they're doing this, people can say, oh, this is bad for the Trump team. Maybe not. Maybe this is just them saying, hey, you know what? This testimony happened 4 weeks ago.
Right.
Can we just get a refresher on what they're, what they're saying?
Especially with people's short attention span these days. I mean, you're in there for 4.5 weeks, 8-9 hours a day. Short of those 2 lawyers, a lot of this has to be way over the top of people's heads on that jury that are not lawyers. I forget that we went through the background of each and every juror. So, this is, especially if jury instruction is 90 minutes long, your head might explode sitting through that.
The Guardian, I think, is reporting this morning that there could be a verdict today. if they're, we don't know what these questions are going to be. So it could be. It could be that they are starting at the beginning, or it could be that they're just focusing on this conversation that happened between David Pecker and Michael Cohen and Donald Trump.
Yep.
Which, by the way, if that is what they're focusing on, then yes, it is bad news for the Trump campaign.
Yep. The headline in The Guardian: Trump with little room to extricate himself from the massive evidence in hush money case. That's their headline to the article that Greg Stocker just referenced.
NPR, PBS News, Marist poll. I wanted to give you this earlier. The Trump verdict would likely move only a small number of votes.
It's
with
like
the polls.
Yeah, we're sitting here, reading every tea leaf, listening
Mucking
to every talking head. You know what? The majority of the people, they don't. It's not going to change anything.
Yeah, what does it change though? If you put together Joe Biden last night in Philadelphia, bringing up the bleach. I think Trump put some of that bleach in himself. Remember that comment? And something wacky happened. He was so going after Trump that if they get one conviction here, one felony, he's going to say, "Nope, I'm not debating a convicted felon."
Oh.
So that's what this all to me
that's
right?
That's a take. I didn't.
Guys, that's why I said that. I was like, I don't know if these debates are going to happen on the 27th.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I'm standing by that.
Yeah.
It's because yes, I think that there is wiggle room, by the way, for both of them to get out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Overall, 2/3, 67% said a guilty verdict would make no difference to their vote, and 3/4, 76%, said the same of a not guilty verdict. 1 in 6 voters, 17%, said a guilty verdict would make them less likely to vote for Trump.
Well,
All right.
It's not. This changes absolutely nothing.
I agree.
Donald Trump gets convicted or found guilty, whatever.
I think those numbers are low.
His numbers will not change. In fact, they might go up. So it has absolutely no effect on the polling whatsoever.
Let's get to Jason Kelsey here for a couple of minutes, and Kylie Kelsey. I saw this video a few days ago, and I know you played the video and you broke it down yesterday on your show. So for those that don't know, though, now the mayor of Margate is coming out and apologizing, as former NFL player Jason Kelsey of the Philadelphia Eagles and his wife Kylie were in Margate. The Kelseys were out in Margate when a female fan asked them for a photo op, and then the fan was rejected, prompting her to confront Kylie Kelsey and spew some vicious words at the couple, to which now the mayor of Margate, Michael Collins, has come out and issued this statement. On behalf of the city of Margate, I'd like to formally apologize to Jason and Kylie Kelsey. Nice work, Phil. You can see the screenshot of the statement on YouTube. I'd like to apologize for the experience they had in Margate City over the holiday weekend. As a father with young children, I know as well as anyone the importance of a date night with your wife, and would like to offer a redo date night with dinner on me. That is Margate City Mayor Michael Collins. Greg, this is K2. For those who haven't seen the video and the audio, here was the encounter, and I think this is courtesy of Crossing Broad. Take a listen and watch
No,
this.
it's Huey Dillon.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
They're not properly giving it proper attribution.
Oh, false sourcing.
Yeah.
They got me.
Philly Chit Chat.
Philly
It's
Chit Chat.
you.
All right. Take a listen and watch this clip.
Middle of the street you are.
Whoa, guys. Can we?
And we aired this yesterday. Who's back there? You guys knew.
Can we check our work, please, before we put it on the air and save it? Ridiculous.
So the lady was a liquored up lady.
Nobody saw it or heard it, so
sorry,
it doesn't matter.
guys.
Yeah.
I'll describe it. The lady is a liquored up lady, bangs on their vehicle, by the way. Can't even get out of the car. And so she's going after him. And Kylie is like, I can smell the alcohol in your breath. Like, please just back off. And was nice at first.
Mm-hmm.
And the woman, you see her, goes after, is going after them. And Kylie, like, doesn't back down. You know what I mean? And she's just, like, in her face, saying, you're embarrassing yourself.
Right.
Just go back. And so the lady then is berating them. You see Jason in the back,
Mm-hmm.
and he's like,
Staying low
He's
key.
like standing in the back, and Kylie's like mama bear, like, oh heck to the no.
Well, he knows Kylie's she can handle herself.
Oh yeah, she could kick this like liquored up lady's butt.
Right.
But I hope that this woman, who's berating them, is because this has gone viral. It's a national story.
Oh, I know. And like my
Apologize.
My take is this: is it case by case? Yes, but to my knowledge. And again, I don't cover sports anymore, but everything I've ever known about Jason Kelce, and when I did sports from 2012 to 2015 here in Philadelphia, Jason Kelce was in the first 3 or 4 years of his career. He's one of the most charitable, down-to-earth, nicest.
Yes.
Forget all the busting of the balls we do with the Kelce podcast and the Taylor Swift stuff. The guy is a genuinely humble, nice dude, very charitable, always goes out of his way to sign autographs and be humble and gracious to his fans. And I think you owe that to your fan base. But there comes a point in time when you've established such a quality reputation of generosity and humbleness where it's like, I don't owe you something every single day of my life. I don't need to sign every autograph. Respect my personal space and privacy. And yeah, you're out in public. I get it. But, if you politely decline and say, hey, look, I'm doing this thing with my wife. Not today. Sorry, blah, blah, blah. You roll out the window, whatever it might be. Like, let it be that. Like, some of these people that just keep going after these people, and I get it, he's a public figure, but respect his space a little bit.
Yeah.
And I thought he handled it well.
It's not a game day. It's not an event.
Right.
I know. And when he goes to Mike's Seafood for the Autism Challenge every year, he was there this year, and he and Kylie ran it. They were signing all the autographs for the kids, and it was nice.
Yeah.
But I think on this one, they're all dressed up. They have a rare date night. And the fact that this lady, if she had just been nice, but she's like aggressively like banging on
You'll
their
never
car.
be welcome back in this town again, I believe she says was the quote.
Yeah. She's like, you'll never be. And look at how nasty the language was. She's like screaming profanities.
Right.
She's like, I don't give an F who you are.
Yeah.
Blah, 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 blah,
Well, then why are you asking for their autograph, idiot?
Right.
Hopefully this lady sobered up the next day and is probably like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I did that. She should just apologize to them in some kind of way.
I remember years ago, this had to be 2013, 2014. I think there was an incident when Brent Selleck was still in town. I remember Brent Selleck was married to Susie Selleck. And you remember the long snapper, John Dorenbos?
Yeah, sure.
He was like the magician.
The magician,
And he was married to Julie Dorenbos.
Absolutely.
And they would always go out as couples together because they were friends. And there was some heckling incident, and I think it was like, not Julie Dorenbos, Susie Selleck, who was also like a female boxer. And like, if you've ever seen Susie Selleck, like she would probably whip 9 out of 10 guys' butts. I mean, she is jacked to the umpteenth degree. And it's just like, leave these people alone. Like, I even get these questions all the time, like, who's your favorite interview? Were you excited to interview? And I'm like, I don't get caught up in the stardom of individuals. Like, they're human beings. They're just like everybody else.
Exactly.
Like, honestly, like even doing the Trump interview, it's an unbelievable honor. But I didn't have butterflies. Nope. I wasn't like super nervous.
Yep.
It's just, I don't know. What did Bruce Dickens say in the cowbell skit on SNL? I'm just like the rest of you, except when I put my pants on one leg at a time, I make gold records. That's the only difference.
That's great.
My husband still just gives me a hard time because I interviewed Dr. J at he was there. He's like, you didn't get his autograph? I'm like, no, that's against the rules. I'm a professional, journalist. I'm interviewing. He's like, it's Dr. J. You didn't get his autograph for me? No.
Well, there was a guy in New York media 8, 9, 10 years ago that tried to get an autograph of a Mets player while working in media, and he wanted to get the autograph for his kid, and they fired him for it.
Yeah, it's a fireable offense. Plus, that is just it's low class. You could be fired, but also it's a really bad look.
All right, 855-839-1210. Leave the Kelces alone.
Leave them alone, lady.
Just because they play for
the Eagles
doesn't mean you have the right to harass them.
Pretzel Time has my sentiment. I'm so tired of hearing about the Kelces. I'm
not.
I agree.
I am, but this was, I think, a time where I had to defend them.
No. No. I'm not defending doing the story.
Oh, yeah.
We do the story. I think I put on the show sheet last night, but I'm just saying. I'm tired of them being in the news with everything.
I'm not tired. I think
it's not going away
Kylie, come on my
soon.
show. Come on the Dawn Show. She should have her own podcast here at Odyssey. She is,
We
I
can't
think.
afford 'em.
Don't we have enough podcasts with Odyssey?
No.
It's true.
She's the Duchess of Delco. I love her. I think that
Duchess
she's.
of Delco.
Odyssey
She
should
is.
concentrate on where the bread is buttered radio.
Yeah.
Sorry, did I say that out loud?
Donate all your resources to 1210.
Yeah.
We need more here. We need more cowbell. All right, coming up next, what is on the cut sheet? Well, you'll have to stick around and find out. It's Kayal and Company as we continue. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The NBA playoffs have tipped off, but it's never too late to get in on the action with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. I think the Timberwolves beat the Mavs Tuesday night. Dallas leads the series 3-1. They play again tonight at 8:30. As you know, the Boston Celtics have made it to the NBA Finals. So there's all kinds of action to still get in. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg to get started. You can bet on everything from same-game parlays, live bets, championship futures, and so much more. And all you have to do is, if you're a new customer, you get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg to get started. FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NBA. 21 and over, present in PA. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is not withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
Extraordinary awaits when you open up yourself to a world of possibilities with the 150-year-old Herradura Tequila. Made with unmatched care and aged to perfection, Herradura Tequila has the sophisticated taste to make any moment extraordinary. Herradura Tequila, available at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store. Please enjoy Herradura Tequila responsibly. Alcohol 40% by volume, 80 proof. Herradura Tequila, imported by Brown-Forman, Louisville, Kentucky.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
The West heads east on Monday, June 17th and Tuesday, June 18th, both at 6:40, and Wednesday, June 19th at 1:05 when the Padres visit the Phils at Citizens Bank Park. Get tickets now at Phillies.com. Roll on down to CBP on Saturday, June 1st at 7:15 when the Phils host the Cards and kids 14 and under receive a London 2024 double-decker bus presented by SEI. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. RAMP.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Roy is Ford. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
747, Kayal and Company, 7 o'clock hour, brought to you by Wawa, where they have pizza, and I've had it. It's pretty good. It's made fresh, and it tastes great, and now the price is great, too. Get the pizza you crave starting at $7.99 after 4 p.m. Gotta have a Wawa. $8 for a pie at Wawa or $22.95 for a pie plus delivery. You're doing the math. I think Wawa makes sense. All right, as we continue, we'll get to Zioli and I's bet coming up in just a little bit when it comes to the election. You might have seen it on Twitter last night.
Oh, wait. You guys are betting on Twitter?
Well, I mean,
maybe you guys can save this for the entity that pays you. Maybe you guys can do it over the air. You know, the radio station.
This is radio, people.
The radio station that pays both of your salaries and not Twitter. Maybe you guys can do that, huh?
I checked my mentions at like 9 o'clock, and he threw a bet in my face, so I responded. That's all.
Oh, God.
You want me to hash it out now, or should we get to the cut sheet?
Like two 12-year-olds on Twitter.
He mentioned you. He mentioned my flip-flops. There was a lot in there. Alcohol.
He mentioned me?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I think I banned that, haven't I? Well, let's get to this.
All right, let's get to it right now.
And then we can get to that.
Yeah.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Thursday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. They strive to do what's right. They work hard to match you with the perfect Volvo and always go the extra mile for their customers. Judith, Yosef, and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Starting with cut 7 here, Phil. MSNBC's Andrew Weissman on Judge Merchan, Like, can you get any? This is nauseating. The fact that the fact that they call themselves a news network, and they associate themselves or are the arm of the NBC news brand, it's just disgraceful.
It is.
It's just disgraceful. Andrew Weissman, cut 7. Phil, go.
As you've noted, with respect to Judge Merchan, I mean, I am like now, I have like a man crush on him. He is such a great judge that it's hard to see that the jurors wouldn't have the same impression. I mean, you just keep on thinking, if you looked in a dictionary for like judicial temperament, that's what you get.
Judicial temperament.
God.
The guy's had more outbursts than Stalker has. Hey, he's going off on the jury, the defense, Todd Blanche, every attorney on team. He's even yelled at the prosecution a couple of times. He's got no temperament.
Nauseating. I have a man crush on Judge Merchan. Then get off the TV then.
I mean, this guy should actually just advocate for Merchan to get a television judge show like Judge Judy or Judge Joe Brown or any of those shows if you love him that much. Good Lord. Now, Andrew Weissman, does he have a legal background?
He does,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, I didn't know if he was just a commentator or he's a legal expert.
It's
gushing over.
It's disgusting.
Yeah. But truth be told, I would say the same thing if that was somebody on Fox or Newsmax. Like, have a shred of journalistic integrity, or, I mean, we've seen, I said this an hour ago, almost every single legal scholar has said how much of a ridiculous joke this case is. This guy's painting a completely different picture.
Here's the thing, though, with this. I have no problem with people giving opinions. We give opinions on this station. That's what we do.
Yeah.
I have no problem with the people on Fox News giving opinions. I have no problem with Rachel Maddow giving opinions. Yeah. Like, if that's what your viewers, listeners want, fine. But don't, like, that was on Andrew Mitchell's show. Don't pretend that this is some like journalistic thing that you're doing with the man crush on the judge. Like, dude, like, ugh.
Yeah. But it's not even, and you said, and I don't know if you intentionally said it or accidentally said it, but you said saying what your viewers want. That should never be your goal either. It's your job when you get on, a show, whether you're doing sports talk, news talk, anything, is not to just pander to your audience. Your job is to be objective or just be as completely honest as possible.
Yep.
I mean, my God, these people, it's just like, have some integrity. Like, be able to look yourself in the mirror and say, I'm not a puppet. My God.
Yeah, it's gross. The whole thing is just gross, and I saw that, and you chuckle at it because it's mildly amusing, but it's also just the sad state of cable news, and oh God. Yeah. You listen to one side, and it's like Trump is going to get off, and he's going to win the election in a landslide. You listen to the other side, and Trump is going to be found guilty, and he's going to lose the election in a landslide. It's like, what? Come on. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous.
It's why people think the media is no longer objective and journalistic. They think they're nothing more than advocates.
Going to cut 12 here, Phil. CNN, you referenced this a little bit earlier, Nick, but I want to play the audio of it. CNN, Harry Enton, who's like their polling guy, says there's no change in public opinion about Trump during the trial. Most Americans don't care. This is cut 12, Phil, go.
John, that it began, but apparently it's 44 days. You cracked the numbers. You've run the numbers. All right, let's take a look here. Think Trump did something illegal in the New York hush money case. I've been interested in whether or not these numbers would change at all during the course of this trial. Simply put, John, they have not. Pre-opening statements think Trump did something illegal, 46%. After the direct examination of Michael Cohen by the prosecution, look at where we are now, 46%. The percentage of Americans who think that the charges are very serious, in fact, dropped from 40% to a little bit more than 35% during the course of this trial. So, yes, perhaps things might have changed with those 12 jurors, but when it comes to the larger American public, there has been no change, at least so far, John.
Any possible reasons why?
Yeah, I think the question is, what's exactly cooking here? Why hasn't there been much of a change? Well, folks like you and me, real news junkies, might be paying really close attention to what's going on. The fact is, most Americans don't really care that much. So closely following news about economy inflation, that's number one at 65%. Look at immigration, 52%. Election legitimacy, 49%. Abortion, 47%. All the way down on this list of issues tested by the Ipsos Knowledge Panel is Trump's court cases at 42%, significantly less than economy and inflation. The fact is, John, when we're looking at these numbers, what we see is Americans' minds aren't changing, and a big reason why Americans' minds aren't changing is at this particular point, John, they are tuned out of the conversation.
Well, I hope that last piece of polling data is accurate, because if so, abortion is only the fourth biggest issue. I hope that that's the way it plays out November 5th with the economy, inflation, and immigration / the border as the top issues. I have my doubts about that. But that being said, it's twofold. Yeah, okay, we're right, we're correct. No, most people don't care. But I would say the real disservice to Trump or the American public is, if you thought he was guilty going into this trial, remember that number in the beginning, 46%, it's still at 46%. How can you still think he's guilty after consuming all of the facts of the case? But I guess the polling is accurate, because most people are probably not consuming the facts of the case. Probably like my mother-in-law. He's guilty. I'm going to say this on April 8th. Well, mother-in-law, here on May 30th, let me play this out for you. Nope, he's still guilty. Okay, well, you probably haven't been paying attention.
Mother-in-law.
Yes, mother-in-law. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I don't think that no matter what the outcome is, and by the way, all of us sitting here talking about what we think the outcome is or our prediction, we don't know either, because you never know the way 12 jurors are going to think about anything. We're not in the courtroom. We don't know what they're thinking.
Those lawyers that voir dire them don't know.
Yeah. Exactly. Yep. But it's just, it makes for interesting conversation. But I don't think that the majority of people, and just look at the ratings for CNN and MSNBC, the places that go wall to wall with this, I think they're down. So nobody cares. It's not the OJ trial. It's just not.
Funny you say CNN with their viewers. Did you see yesterday they put up a jury deliberation clock? on CNN.
Oh, God.
It's like the rebranded, refurbished COVID case death counter tracker.
Yeah.
They stayed, like, it was like 28 minutes and 26 seconds the jury has been deliberating. Like, could you fanboy any more with this?
It's amazing.
Juror number 7 went to take a dump back after this.
Oh, no.
My God.
All right. This is from CBS News. Biden amongst black voters in Pennsylvania compared to a year ago. I believe this is what you were referring to with your bet with Zioli. This is cut 23. Phil, go.
If you look at current CBS News battleground tracking polling, for example, in Pennsylvania among likely black voters compared to 4 years ago in the exit polls, he's down 10% among them, with former President Donald Trump making gains. Why that matters? Elections in Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, the battlegrounds, are all going to be decided by single digits, by maybe 4, just 5 figures. Any erosion of support among key constituencies to the Democratic voting coalition, black voters, younger voters, women, Latinos, is a big alarm bell to the president and his team, and a reason why they've got to make sure they're shoring it up. If you look at...
There you go.
Yes, and Zioli and I did make the bet, so here I'll give you...
One more on this. If you want to go to cut 23, wait, no, we just played cut 23. Go to cut 24, Phil. Sorry, I'm getting these two mixed up. I think you played this in the big take earlier, but for those just tuning in now, I want to play this. The majority of people in Pennsylvania said they would be financially better off with Trump back in office. This is courtesy of CBS Philadelphia. Cut 24, Phil, go.
Success could hinge on whether black voters get out and vote. Last week, Vice President Harris spoke at the Service Employees International Union's annual convention here in Philadelphia. And last month, President Biden held an event at the MLK Rec Center in North Philly. A recent poll by the Philadelphia Inquirer, New York Times, and Siena College, it shows former President Donald Trump leading Biden in Pennsylvania 47 to 44% among registered voters. The economy continues to sway voters according to polls. The majority of people in Pennsylvania said they would be financially better off with Trump back in office.
Yes, that was what I played in the big take this morning, and I agree with that. I believe that to be true. And if your biggest issue is the economy and you still vote for Biden, then you don't get to complain about not having money. That's the way I view it. So I did say 2 days ago that for the first time ever, I think if the election were held today, that Donald Trump would win. But I do not think Trump is going to win Pennsylvania. My gut feeling right now is Trump's going to win Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, and Wisconsin. I think he's going to take 5 of the 7 swing states, which would get him the amount of votes he needs to win. So I saw this, and a lot of people were doing this yesterday, and I'm just tired of seeing it because, again, rally energy does not equate to election success on Election Day. Benny Johnson tweeted out the picture of Trump in the Bronx versus Biden in Philly. One looks like Woodstock, the other looks like a 4th grade graduation. So, of course, when we see those two side-by-side pictures, everyone's like, oh, it's going to be Trump in the landslide. Okay, you can keep believing that. So I said to Benny Johnson, Trump's not winning New York, and Biden will likely win PA because my state is full of stupid people. Rallies don't equal results. Good Lord. Zioli comes in last night at 9 o'clock as I was checking my Twitter up before I went to bed. He says, Trump will win PA. Do you care to make it interesting? If I am right, and I always am, you show no mantos.
Wait. He always is?
Okay. That's what he says. And I'm just reading his tweet. He says, Trump wins PA. If you care to make it interesting, if I am right, and I always am, you show no mantos for a year. Summer included. If you are right, pick your bottle of bourbon, Pappy excluded. And then he follows up with, actually, I don't care about your feet. That's Stalker's problem. Winner gets a bottle of Pappy. Are you in? To which I said, God, I hope you're right. Ecstatic to be wrong. You've got a deal. I said, at least if I'm wrong, I can drink myself into oblivion and not go broke on your dime. Thank you, Richard. So we have a bet. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, I will go sandalless for an entire year.
Thank God.
If Biden wins, then I get a bottle of booze. I feel like it's a no-lose situation for me.
Can I ask you guys? Well, that's true. Can I ask you guys a question though? Wasn't it Rich Zioli who said Pennsylvania is now a blue state?
Yeah, and I agree with him on that.
So how does that correlate into Trump winning Pennsylvania?
Maybe he's changed his opinion. It's like I've changed my opinion. I think Trump can win the election if held today.
Maybe we're trans.
We have trans opinions.
We're purple.
Didn't he also predict a red wave? Just asking for a friend.
You want to go on a show at 3:30 today? I'll see if
I
Henry can
want this
book
to
you.
happen on the radio. I don't want it to happen on Twitter.
Take it up with him. I didn't start it.
He's all triggered.
Oh, God.
It's over sandals and a bottle of bourbon.
Maybe the two of you, maybe Twitter can pay your salaries. How about that?
Pennsylvania is not a blue state. Pittsburgh and Philadelphia are blue. The rest is pretty much red.
Bucks is on the way to going back to red. I mentioned that in the big take today as well. Got to give Scott Pressler a lot of credit. That guy is working his you-know-what off. It was a week ago, it was a 1,500 voter advantage in Bucks as far as blue. It's down to 1,200 and change. He chipped almost 300 away. I think we got 5 months to go. Doesn't mean that Trump's going to win Bucks, but Bucks is his strongest collar county, as I mentioned in the big take today.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Chris Donahue said, "What's the drama between Greg and Rich?" There's no drama. It's
This is radio, people.
For God's sake, just God. My drama is more of the fact that this is happening on Twitter and not on my radio station.
See, Greg is the brand, one of his many job titles is brand manager. So he wants to protect the brand.
Thank you.
He's managing.
I don't care about the brand of Twitter.
Yeah,
it's a cesspool of crazy people.
So Greg wants all of the fireworks to be on our air and not to advance Twitter.
What would have been more interesting is if Rich called in this morning and said to you, "I believe that Trump is going to win PA," and then we made it interesting, and then you called into his show, and then we did
a little
cross branding there.
Yeah.
Not two teenage girls fighting on Twitter.
That's some brand managing.
Thank you.
Henry and DeSantis, I'm available around 4:15 if you've got that. If you have that block open today. Cocktail hour starts at 5, so I'm only available for the first half of the show. Dawn, but you were saying something in regards to Bucks, though?
Oh, I forget. No, I'm kidding. Do you ever do that? I do that with my husband all the time. I'm like, what?
Yeah, I forget all the time.
I don't know. Anyway, no, I think with Bucks, I think with the primary election, whole different ball game than with the November election. And I think in Montgomery County, I'll be curious to see with all of the taxes going up.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be curious to see in Delco because all these individuals, their taxes are going up big time.
Yeah.
And especially in Montco, they already just had a big tax hike and now another one.
I'll give you the 2020 numbers again for the counties. In Bucks, it was Biden by 17,000. That was the closest margin between he and Trump. The widest margin was in Montgomery, where Biden won by 134,000, followed by Delco and Chester. So Montgomery is Trump's biggest liability, Bucks County his biggest asset, and then in the middle is Delco and Chester.
And then you have all of these, including Barron Trump, you have all of these first-time voters coming in. How will these teenagers... then I started looking at population of 18-year-olds who were they were born in, 2006, which is my David.
God, I graduated college that year.
Right? And so he turns 18. And so how many are male, how many are female? Because it's long gender lines as far as these first-time voters.
Yeah. Well, younger males are skewing conservative and Republican, and females are liberal and hate Trump.
Yep.
Yep.
And that's all, think about it, social media. Right. The influence of social media.
Yep. Well said.
All right, let's go to Pennsylvania, shall we? Philadelphia in particular. The vice president and president were here yesterday.
Really?
Yeah.
Nobody knew that. Nobody got caught in traffic.
I've heard.
Oof.
5
hours.
Kamala Harris being primo cringe. Cut 21, Phil, go.
You want to see people testifying? Can I get a witness?
Oh,
Can I get a booyah from the congregation, as Stuart Scott once said?
Oh, God.
I love the fact that you said primo cringe. Maybe Kamala could get her own primo hoagie. We'll call it the cringe cutlet.
I love it.
I can't with the... Hillary Clinton did this all the time, too.
She's like the aunt that comes in at Thanksgiving seeing her nieces and nephews and gives them a big hug, and then she gives the ridiculous laugh.
No, but I mean, the affect she turns on when she's in front of an African American crowd, like it's pandering. It's stereotypical.
That's what I read in the big take of those people. That guy that said the 9 reasons why he won't vote for Democrats, whether it's AOC, Hillary, or Kamala, changing their accent and their linguistic delivery because they're in front of a black crowd.
All of a sudden, Kamala Harris, who speaks like this, she's like, "Honey child."
Yeah.
Like what are you doing?
When I moved to Nashville, Tennessee, and met a bunch of my colleagues for the first time, I didn't just adopt a Southern drawl.
It's like, wasn't she? She's from the Bay Area, isn't she?
Yes.
She's raised in.
Yes, and you remember that clip we played in the big take where she was going after Joe in 2019 when they were competing against each other, and she accused him of being a racist, this, that. She had a different delivery back then as well. She sounds totally different than she did 5 years ago.
It's nauseating. The whole thing is just nauseating.
These people are so inauthentic. It's unbelievable.
Can I get a witness? Testify? What?
Yeah.
I hate them. I hate them.
It's just they're so fake. I don't know how you fall for it. That's the thing.
Well, she read from the talking points that that the Democrats think are going to push them over the edge in 2024. Let's start by talking about how the Biden administration defied the Supreme Court on the student loan debt bailout.
Great place to do this out of college.
This is cut 13, Phil. Go.
And I'll tell you, I have a unique position as vice president to spend a lot of time with our president. And on this subject, I remember sitting in the Oval Office with our president, Joe Biden, shortly after the United States Supreme Court struck down our initial plan to forgive billions of dollars in student loan debt. A different leader, a different kind of leader, would have thrown in the towel. Not Joe Biden. Not Joe Biden.
Yeah, just defying the highest court in the land and doing another illegal maneuver to pander for votes and then bragging about it at a college. If Trump does that, he gets indicted again. It's unbelievable. And then, oh, by the way, you see, if some of these students were smart and they paid their student loans or are paying their student loans, these people that were sitting there cheering and laughing that might get rejected and not be able to apply or be approved for the forgiveness program, because there are certain criteria you have to meet. It's not like everybody's just getting the free handout. It's based on select requirements. Some of those people cheering are going to be paying for other people's education. I hope they realize that as they're laughing and having a good old yuck fest.
She continues with talking about Trump. Remember when Trump said to black Americans, "What the hell do you have to lose from, if you vote for me?" Mm-hmm. She brought that up. This is cut 15, Phil. Go.
In November, all the victories we have won and everything we fight for every day is on the line. Donald Trump once asked black Americans, I'm going to quote, excuse the language, "What the hell do you have to lose from a Trump presidency?" And sadly, we all know too well, when he was president, Donald Trump tried over and over to get rid of the Affordable Care Act and to take health care then from millions of black Americans. Year after year, he proposed cuts to Social Security and Medicare so that so many of our seniors would be deprived on what they rely on to live with dignity. And then he handpicked 3 members of the United States Supreme Court, the court of Thurgood, with the intention that they would overturn Roe v. Wade, and as he intended, they did.
Well, we have certainly talked about Roe v. Wade and the GOP and conservative record in elections since June of 2022. That's indisputable fact. But I would argue if you're going to talk about all the issues, Social Security, medical care, anything that you want, whatever your list might be, you might have 5 issues that matter to you, 10, 15, or 20. I've said this in the past. If you put the issues side by side and just cover up the name, start at the top with the economy, immigration, crime, on down the list, get to abortion, there's more check marks in favor of Trump. And I think that's the beauty of this election. If there's one thing that is beautiful about this election is we have a former president against the current president. And we can all say, you know what, for the last 7.5 years, we lived through both administrations. And just look at both administrations in totality, throw in global peace, wars, things like that as well, and then just go check mark. It's like the tail of the tape for a fight. Who's got the longer reach? Who's got the better record? Go down the list. You'll see who the better option is if you can exclude feelings.
Kenneth on Twitter writes, I get Greg's shtick with Twitter, but constantly bringing up Twitter paying their salaries is a real D-bag move.
Oh.
What does that mean?
I guess it means the fact that saying that Twitter doesn't pay your salary, 1210 WPHT and Odyssey do, is a D-bag move.
Okay.
But my job is to protect the brand of this radio station, and I want people to have the most ears and eyes on this radio station, whether it's Morning Drive, whether it's Dawn Show, whether it's Dom's show, whether it's Rich's show. I don't care as long as they're listening.
I got to tell you, I really wish Dom would dial back the tweets.
The best thing for me was to have a, quote unquote radio war between two shows and it play out over the radio, not on Twitter. That's my point. Thank you.
Yeah, Rich, stop tweeting me. I'm trying to sleep.
Do you get my point,
guys.
though? Do you get my point, though?
I don't know. You talking to us or the guy that yelled at you on Twitter just now?
I don't know. All right, Joe Biden takes the stage in Philadelphia and welcomes everybody in.
Hello, Philadelphia.
There you go.
Hello, Philadelphia.
Hello. Who's that guy that used to be on Channel 9? Hello.
Houston. Hello.
Yeah. There you go.
Wow.
Joe Biden.
Do we know the attendance figures? I know we always seem to get some ballpark from the Trump administration, whether it's 35 or 40 here at the shore or 80,000 here or 40 in Schnecksville. Do we know what the attendance was? I got to actually, what was the college? Girard?
Girard College, yeah.
Girard. I'm going to have to look up what the audit. Is that where they play their basketball games? We'll have to look up the attendance capacity in that venue.
I bet you it wasn't full.
No, I could take that to the bank.
People were tweeting out, the line to get through, and it was just empty.
Yeah, I'm going to look this up here in Philadelphia. Girard College Gymnasium, Philadelphia. I'm going to say 3,500 is my guess, but I have to. I'll find you those details before we get to the conclusion of the cut sheet. It's Armory Gymnasium. All right, here we go. Let's see here. Capacity of, it was built in 1869.
Fascinating.
No, I can't find it.
Okay.
I'll get you the number. Get my staff on it. My crack staff of interns.
The Biden and Kamala did a good job, an effective job. I won't say a good job, but an effective job of bringing up the things that I believe they think are going to push them over the edge in November, meaning the Supreme Court because of abortion, voting rights, and what's the other one? Oh, yeah, student loan debt.
Mm-hmm.
They say 1,000 attendees.
1,000.
Wow.
Girard College.
Man.
That's what the Biden campaign is saying. 1,000.
Jill's a Philly girl. Joe's from Delaware. Joe's from Philly. Joe's from Scranton. Joe's from this whole region.
They filled about half of the gym.
All right, there's the picture right there.
Half.
Wow. Okay, so you've got like the basketball. So like you've got multiple basketball courts. So this is like the auxiliary gym where all the people that don't play on the actual athletic team, shoot hoops during their lunch break.
Wow.
Look how small that is.
When David was in grade school, he sang in the Keystone State Boy Choir, and so we had a couple of wonderful, they had wonderful shows at Girard, and it was jam packed.
Yeah,
with thousands, because they can put seats all through the floor. Look at how they made the stage look bigger and everything. So it was 1,000 people at this thing.
Okay,
with Biden, but there's certainly you could fit more because you could. You set up all those chairs row to row.
Speaking of Dom tweeting, Byron Donalds will join Dom today at 12:30.
Cool.
Yeah, Byron is having an event next Tuesday. They're doing a big event talking about attracting African American men especially, but African American getting out that African American vote. So they're having a big event at a cigar place next Tuesday night.
Tuesday.
So we'll give you all that information if you want to go to it. It looks really neat. It's next Tuesday the 4th.
Yeah, isn't that the idea? Is that I mentioned in one of the big takes where Wesley Hunt wanted to do the cigars and cognac event, because you had Wesley on your show, right?
Yeah. So Congressman Wesley Hunt was on my show yesterday. He and Byron and others are going to be. It's Tuesday, June 4th. And it's Congress, Cognac, and Cigars. The cigar code.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Bree on the YouTube chat writes, so they say 1,000 using their paper towel math. It means more like 375.
The campaign claims, and air quotes, 1,000.
I've seen lines at Starbucks longer than that.
Eric the Red on Twitter writes, Greg the Pimp wants his hose, Rich and Nick turning tricks on the air because that's how he gets paid.
Thank you, Eric, for not including me in that one.
It's also how they get paid.
Yeah.
So,
are you calling me a cheap trick?
Just saying. 16. This is cut 16, Phil, where Joe Biden brings up the Supreme Court and the next president going to appoint, as he says, a couple justices. Cut 16. Go.
Couple.
We appointed 200 black judges to the federal bench. And guess what? The next president, they're going to be able to appoint a couple justices, and I'll be damned if they're not going to. Look, if in fact we're able to change some of the justices when they retire and put in really progressive judges, like we've always had, tell me that won't change your life when Trump justices are already gutting voting rights, overturning Roe, decimating affirmative action, and so much more. We're going to let that happen? We can't. No, we really can't.
So Joe Biden appoints Ketanji Brown Jackson to the Supreme Court of the United States, and she can't define what a female is.
That's a good point.
That's remarkable.
That's a very good point.
So, but if you notice, the new shift of the fear porn goalpost is now the fear of Trump's going to pack more conservative justices on the Supreme Court. That's the new pivot of fear that they have been peddling out, I think, in the last 2 or 3 weeks, because that's not the first time that Biden or Harris have brought that up.
We hear, you played this earlier, Nick, but for those of you just tuning in, we hear Joe Biden's brain malfunctioning in real time. I think you said it's the internet buffering?
That's correct, yeah. He had a little lag. It's like back in 2005 when I was playing the Xbox online and my sister would jump on the internet on Instant Messenger. It would kill my connection. I'd be like, Aaron, get off the internet.
Cut 14, go.
I promised we'd start to reconnect black and brown and overlooked neighborhoods cut off by highways in the 60s and decades of disinvestment as a consequence of it, including here in Philly. Well, we're changing that with the Recovery Act with the right now.
Come on. Come on.
On the highways around here.
Come on. Don't.
I love that.
Here's the legit follow-up question. If this was an interview, I would say, Joe, in 2024 in the Philadelphia metropolitan area, where can you not go from point A to point B that you claim that you couldn't in the 60s? I'm just wondering, because you're pandering to black people. Where in Philadelphia can you legitimately not go in a vehicle and get from point A to point B, assuming you have your own transportation? So let's flush out this other nonsense and all these debunked, ridiculous lies that this guy keeps spewing.
Joe Biden was also in Baltimore yesterday. And he made the claim that in 1969, he gets involved deeply in the civil rights movement. I got involved as a kid in the civil rights movement was what he said.
It's what drove him to politics.
So this video clip goes to the Wayback Machine of 2020 or 1987, where he actually said that he was never an activist. So which Joe Biden is it? We don't know. Cut 22, go.
In 1969, I got involved deeply in the civil rights movement, and so I got involved as a kid in the civil rights movement.
I was not an activist. I worked at an all-black swimming pool in the east side of Wilmington, Delaware. I was involved. I was involved in what they were thinking, what they were feeling. I was involved, but I was not out marching. I was not down in Selma. I was not anywhere else.
I tell you what. Folks, if you want to learn how to be a pathological liar and play the game of politics, just study the tape of Joe Biden's career.
But again, nobody's calling him out on this.
Well, no, that's not true. In the last year, the Washington Post, the New York Times, surprisingly have come out and hammered him. CNN has fact-checked. Not nearly to the level of what they do with Trump. But as Joe has become more indefensible, they've called him out. Not as much as I would like, but they have.
John Fetterman back in the news.
Yes.
He spoke at Yeshiva University on Wednesday, and he removes the Harvard Crimson Hood. That he's giving his commencement speech. He has the Harvard Crimson Hood. Because
he looks like a Game of Thrones character, doesn't he? Like Viserys, or what's his name? You know what I'm talking about?
Yep. So he expresses disapproval with the Ivy League school during his commencement address for the private Orthodox Jewish university, which bestowed him with its Hero of Israel Award, the institution's highest honor. He says, I have been profoundly disappointed in Harvard's inability to stand up for the Jewish community after October 7th. Here is the video and audio of this. The audio might be a little hard to hear, Nick, so if you want to follow along and kind of describe what's happening. This is cut 25. Phil, go.
While I was putting together my speech, and I started to reflect the way probably all of you do, and I was reflecting, and it's like, where's my last graduation? And that was literally a quarter century ago, 25 years ago. And I was graduating from Harvard University. But today, I have been profoundly disappointed the way Harvard's inability to stand up for the Jewish community after October 7th.
Most people clapping.
And for me personally, I do not fundamentally believe that it's right for me to wear this today.
He's taking it off. Here comes the red hood. Slip the medal over.
Wow.
Take it off. One lady standing up clapping.
There we go. He's going to get a standing ovation. Yeah. There we go. Oh,
the Feder person.
Fetterman gets a standing ovation at a private Orthodox Jewish college. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Yeah.
I just...
So that was not technically at Harvard, or that was?
No, it was Yeshiva College.
Okay, Yeshiva College.
It's a private Orthodox Jewish college.
Wow. I tell you what. You know what? I mean, this is now months and months and months where he's made a lot of sense on a couple of issues. And I don't really think it's such a radical stance to have, even though he has obviously alienated himself from a good chunk of the progressives of the party.
And what's he polling at? So some are saying this is obviously, they're saying he knows what he's doing because he's polling at, I think, 48+%, way ahead of Biden.
Oh boy!
So he is carving out his own little niche here in Pennsylvania, and he is gaining popularity because he's willing to speak up, even when he obviously is in direct opposition to Biden.
Let me ask you this question. Because we've talked about potential Biden replacements and switcheroos at the convention and Kamala and Gavin and Gretchen Whitmer, on down the list. Let's just keep it within Pennsylvania. Let's just localize it to two options. Right now, at some point in this lifetime, more likely to become president, John Fetterman or Josh Shapiro?
Josh Shapiro. Okay. 100%.
Yeah.
100,000% Josh Shapiro.
Okay. Just asking.
Yeah. This is probably my favorite clip of the day. A Michigan judge was astonished when a man busted for driving with a suspended license appeared before him in a Zoom hearing driving a car. This happened in Ann Arbor, Michigan. The guy's name is Corey Harris. He's 44. He popped up on screen behind the wheel of a car while he was on probation for driving with a suspended license. You have to hear this audio, and you have to see the judge's face, and you have to see his face too. There was a part of me that was like, is this staged? Because it's so over the top that this guy is just. You have to see this video. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please hit the like and subscribe button. This is cut. What did I say? This was cut 8. Phil, go.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Tate for Mr. Harris, who should be present.
This guy just pops in.
Mr. Harris, are you driving?
Actually, I'm pulling into my doctor's office, actually. So just give me 1 second. I'm parking right now.
The judge's like, what the hell? Look at this guy. Look at the judge's face. He's bewildered.
It's amazing. It's an amazing piece of.
No, Your Honor.
He throws his pen
stationary?
Down. I'm pulling in right now at this second. Yes, I am.
All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, we are respectfully requesting an adjournment in this matter, up possibly 2 to 4 weeks if the court would allow.
So maybe I don't understand something. This is your driving while license suspended?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And he was just driving. And he didn't have a license.
Staggering. The guy at the bottom. I was in my driveway.
That is with the charges, Your Honor, yes.
Washing the car.
No, I'm looking at his record. He doesn't have a license. He's suspended and he's just driving.
Oh, I'm in jail.
That is correct, Your Honor.
The guy has nothing to say.
What are you going to do? I'm at the doctor's office.
It was a medical emergency. My wife was pregnant.
I don't even know why he would do that. So defendant's bond is revoked on
good.
this matter.
Good.
Defendant is to turn himself into the Washington County Jail by 6 p.m. today. Failure to turn himself in will result in a bench warrant with no bond.
Boom. Look at the guy's face. Oh, no. I effed up.
Oh, that is an amazing piece of audio.
This is like showing up at a job interview, and they say, hey, we're going to drug test you. Can you be here at 2 o'clock to take a urine test? And you show up while you're smoking weed. Like, what are you doing?
It's amazing. It's amazing, amazing, amazing.
The guy's like, oh, no.
Dude, I assume that's a real... good freeze frame there, Phil. I assume that this is a real thing, right?
It looks every bit real to me.
I love it.
Yeah.
The Honorable Judge Cedric Simpson.
While we have people over on the YouTube chat or on the YouTube for the people wanting to see that last video, I want to play this because we talk all the time about beta males and males that
Yeah, you've been very anti-beta lately.
It just annoys me. So this happened in this is from a Ring doorbell. So this happened in, I believe, Jackson, Mississippi.
Okay.
It looked like a carjacking was taking place. It looks like there was 3 people in the car, 2 females and 1 male. And the guys come up and they point a gun and they take this car from these individuals. There's children in the car.
Mm-hmm.
You have to see this video because this guy who is there with I don't know if it's his wife or a girlfriend or whatever, but he seems to use her as a human shield.
Coward. He's
just a giant coward on this. This is cut 19, Phil. Go. You have to really watch it.
Is that Bob Menendez?
So you see the guy comes up. He's holding a gun. The guy does seem to be...
Yeah. Honey, you're taking this one.
Holding the girl in front of him.
Yeah, he's like behind her.
And then one of the other individuals, it looks like a guy, gets out of the car, and then she opens the door.
They have a kid in the back?
And gets her 2 kids out of the car.
Okay, get the kids out, and now the burglars, the car thieves are taking off.
This woman is the hero in this, and that guy is like,
he's got red hair too.
You get the kids out. Like, are you kidding me?
Never trust a beta male with ginger hair. They're all spineless. I mean, honey, I'm sorry. I took the last one. It's your turn.
Oh,
wow.
my God.
Yeah.
He does seem to be hiding behind her, doesn't he?
He does. Can we go back to the beginning of that again? He's like literally squatting behind her and putting his hands on her shoulders, like she's the bulletproof vest. Watch this right here. Here it is. Now, boom, boom. Look at it. Stay there, honey. Don't move too far, honey. Keep your head in front. Like he could just maybe I don't know throw her to the ground and get on top of her, be the shield. But what's up with the guy with the pillowcase? Where did he come?
I don't know.
Was he in the back seat the whole time?
Yeah.
Or is he a burglar as well?
I'm not sure.
They're stealing a Mazda, too.
Yeah.
Scumbags. Look at this.
The cowardly carjackers.
At least they had the decorum to let the kid get out before they took the Mazda.
Well, I mean, she kind of went in there and just took the kids.
Yeah, but there's another female, though. I don't know if that's the sister or her friend. Because there's two. Because that's not the same one that he was hiding behind, is it?
I'm not sure.
My God. I need more information.
This is unbelievable.
It really is.
If I'm that female, I don't know what the situation is. If I'm that female, I'm like you. You
said that was Jackson, Mississippi?
I believe so. Yeah.
Oh boy. Wow.
It's insane.
It is. Tony Bruno made reference to this yesterday. We have the audio. This is from a high school girls' soccer game.
Have we censored this so we don't get in trouble, by the way?
Oh, I didn't see that.
I mean, I know earlier this morning we didn't take the time to listen to an audio clip before
Actually,
we play it.
I don't believe we did. Yeah. Thank you for that. Hang on one second.
Do I need to blow a gasket? Because I can do that.
No, we did not. I will play this. We will edit this.
We'll have it for Friday's show.
We'll edit this and we'll play it in a cut sheet part 2. But that doesn't matter. I have one more thing we can play here. Okay. Nick, your buddy Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah, didn't I say that?
All charges were dropped, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Well, apparently it was because the body cam footage released between the golfer and the police officer after he was arrested. This is how it sounded. This is just some of the back and forth between the officer and Scotty Scheffler, where he does seem to be very respectful to the officer. This is cut 9. This is cut 18. Phil, go.
Yeah. I had to loop all the way around. That way it took me about probably a half hour. Okay. So I pulled in here. The police officer up there told me to come the opposite way with the traffic and then come in. And as I was pulling in, my window was down, and the officer told me to stop. And as first of all, I did not know that he was a police officer. I thought he was one of the security guards that was mistaken. And as I was pulling by him, he grabbed my arm. Stop right there. Why does it matter if he's a security guard or a police officer? Because if somebody's telling you to stop. Yes, you're right. I should have stopped. I did get a little bit impatient because I'm quite late for my tea time. And as he was reaching in the car, he grabbed my shoulder and hit me. Like trying to get you to stop, right? Yes. Okay. It seemed to be a little bit over aggressive because the entrance was open. Okay. And I pulled a little bit because I was afraid. I thought he was going to start hitting me, and I didn't know who he was. He didn't tell me he was a police officer. All I saw was the yellow jacket. I didn't know what he was doing. I listened to the police officer. So the thing is, he's wearing a uniform. Okay. He also is wearing the same jacket that I have on that says police. Yes. Okay. Also, on that, if someone's telling you to stop, no matter who it is, you don't keep going. So what happened is, you kept going and you took him with you while he's a pedestrian. Okay. Yes. So you took him with your car. Yes. And drug him, okay? Yeah. Which is not a good thing, right? I'm very aware that was. To make it, so listen to me. So make it even worse. When he asked you to get out of the car, you refused to get out of the car. I still was not aware he was a police officer. I was actually looking out the window of the car to try to find a police officer. I asked. We're all right here, and he was there. Believe me, sir. We're all wearing yellow vests so you can see us. If he knew he was a police officer, I would have been much more less afraid. But panic kind of set in, as you can.
Okay, so that's actually the first time I'm hearing the audio footage because I read the story yesterday that all the charges were dropped, and I think it was about 4 or 5 days ago going into our long weekend that the officer in question has a history of being reprimanded and being overly aggressive and is kind of one of these, very tense officers. To me, from what I know, and I don't know Scotty Scheffler, it seems to me like he's the kind of guy that's probably never stepped on and killed a bug in his lifetime. But based on that audio, I can't defend Scheffler's stance there. Whether he's a cop or a security guard should be irrelevant. If he's in a position of authority, then you should listen to what he is saying to do. again, this whole story is very bizarre, but I think the finality is now, with the charges being dropped, that Scotty Scheffler has also agreed not to pursue anything like civilly and obviously criminally. The prosecutors have decided to drop the case. So expect Jamel Hill with a column from The Atlantic on white privilege coming up by noon today.
But I think at the end of the day, I mean, he did, and he admitted to this officer, and they're wearing the same uniform, that he dragged this man, whether they're a security guard or a cop. So, but I think the bottom line on this one is he was respectful. He was arrested. I guess it's their policy that they have somebody. They did a whole mug shot in the orange. They made him change his clothes. I guess that's what they do with everybody, and they release the mug shots. He complied with all of that and went through the proper procedure. He didn't stand out there and say, "Do you know who I am?"
Right.
Like we saw, here in Philadelphia, and that state trooper was fired after a perfectly legal traffic stop.
Yeah.
And so I think the difference is, he's admitting, I should have and I wish I had, but he's respectful and he went through the process and he respected it. And even though the charges are dropped, he went through that humiliation, and people are showing up now because he's obviously I didn't know who the heck he was, to be honest.
Yeah.
Mike Opelka just probably dropped off his chair. I don't know who Scotty Scheffler is.
Most people don't. I get it.
But I saw people, they had his mugshot on T-shirts, and they were all greeting him.
Yeah.
And he's like, walk of shame. He's like, putting his head down.
I mean, he's the number one golfer in the world, but he is very vanilla.
Like low key, yeah.
Personality-wise, he's boring. I think if Scotty Scheffler, I say this a lot of times for people that don't know who people, if Scotty Scheffler walked into a Starbucks, most people are probably not going to know who he is. Right. Yeah. So... that all we got, Stock?
That's
We're good?
what we got, man.
All right. That'll do it for round one of the cut sheet. We'll come back, get to Dawn's Big Three. David Gelman in less than an hour at 9:30, criminal defense attorney. Also, our sponsor for the bike ride, as he is also a client here on Kayal and Company. So we look forward to having him in, as he has been on Fox News and Newsmax, criminal defense attorney a lot, offering his legal analysis of the Trump trial. So we'll get back to that at 9:30. And then a couple of stories in the 9 o'clock hour when it comes to the Biden administration, Democrats and the left. Why are they so bad with military recruitment numbers, losing border agents when it comes to the patrol of our southern border? And why are so many cops bailing in New York? We've got the figures, and we'll give you those on the other side. It's Kayal and Company, live here on this Thursday morning. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
The NBA playoffs have tipped off, but it's not too late to get in on the action with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 to use on same-game parlays, live bets, championship futures, and so much more. There's no better place to bet on all the playoff action than America's #1 sportsbook. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg to get started. FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and over, present in PA. First all-online, real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit, hims.com/joy.
Hi, this is Don Giordano. You don't want to miss out on the Memorial Sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now with prices rising across the country. Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles, get 2 free Memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites. Save big with Rescue rollback pricing and generous free bottle offers, whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief. Everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483 and speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the Memorial deals are going on now through May 30th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Do it today.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
I learned it from my adoptive mom. Hold my hand?
You hold my hand.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care at adoptuskids.org. You can't imagine the reward. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol-Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, 844. As we continue, it's a Thursday morning, the 8 o'clock hour, brought to you by the Philadelphia 100, calling all entrepreneurs. Distinguish your company as one of the fastest growing in the region by applying for the 2024 Philadelphia 100 Award. Take the first step in joining this elite group of businesses. Apply today at philly100.org. We'll talk some Trump trial, day 2, jury deliberations, about 45 minutes away from getting underway again here on a Thursday morning with David Gelman. He'll join us at 9:30. We're going to get to some stuff with The Biden administration, as they are losing a significant chunk of Border Patrol agents, common theme with the last 3.5 years, whether it's law enforcement officers leaving their position or military branches unable to hit recruitment goals. It just seems this to be a common theme here in the last almost 4 years of the Biden administration. But before we get to all of that, let's get some news. Let's get to a Dawn Stenslin Big Three at 8:46.
It's the Big Three at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Big Three at 8, sponsored by Pep Boys. This Thursday, May 30th, a high of 75 degrees today. So what's in the water? Remember, we talked a lot about that chemical spill in the Delaware River causing Philadelphia residents, remember this, to rush to stock up on bottled water. And many were impacted by it. Well, now you might get a refund. There is a $2.7 million settlement for you. And $2.7 million settlement for everybody. That means you might be getting $25.
$25? All right.
$25.
Get you a pizza these days. Now, is that for that's just city residents, correct?
It looks like it's the phillywatersettlement.com is where you go. But It looks like Philadelphia. But as I recall, there was one in Bucks County, too.
Yeah.
So Philadelphia, at least, has the settlement.
Do you guys drink tap water, by the way?
I do.
Do you really?
Tap water.
I do.
What am I, a plebe?
Well, some people have those little filters they put on. They claim it's as good as gold once you put those little...
Well, we have a filter. We have that you fill in, and then it's like a pitcher.
Yeah.
Filters through the water, but yes.
Yeah.
We have the filter in our fridge. We have a fridge with a dispenser. But no, I covet a whole house system. I would love that because my theory is you're showering. I know you're cooking with it so you boil, but you shower in it.
That's true.
So if there's something wrong with the water and you're showering and the steam and breathing that in, what is the difference between drinking it? Philadelphia water is safe.
You ever notice how also, speaking of bathing in it, you ever notice how the smell of shower water when you're at a hotel, like on vacation in the beaches, just always seems to be off? Am I the only one that's experienced that?
Wait, shower water on vacation is off?
Like in the beaches when you go down south, and it just always seems odd. I don't know. It doesn't smell like normal water. It might just be a me thing. I can't be alone with this. I can't be alone. Somebody bail me out here.
You are cracking me up. So let's talk about New Jersey. Two New Jersey stories. One is Bob Menendez. Senator Bob Menendez, his alleged bribery trial. Prosecutors are talking about his wife's desperate finances. So just learning more about the prosecution, the case of Senator Bob Menendez. He's accused of bribery, and they were just updating you on the trial, showing the jurors hundreds of texts, emails, phone calls over this week that show his girlfriend turned wife's desperate financial situation. And that's before the New Jersey businessman she had long known, quote unquote, came to the rescue. And so in this one, remember, they've said this has been revealed that his now wife, Nadine, has stage 3 breast cancer, which she's battling, which is why they haven't even set a court date for her.
Yeah.
Because it's bad.
Yeah. And he's been throwing her under the bus for a couple of weeks.
Yes, sir.
Is there any doubt that Gold Bar Bob would have done the same thing that couple did in Jackson, Mississippi? If his car got jacked?
Yeah.
He would have had Nadine right in front of him.
Right?
Yep.
Hey, well, you got cancer anyway, honey.
Hey, you might as well go. You should take the bullet, hon. I've got
And
gold bars.
finally, in New Jersey, we've talked a lot this morning and this week about how wild it was down the shore, the boardwalks today, 4 o'clock news conference in Ocean City, where they're going to talk about even tougher, tighter measures to control the fighting among teens and kids on the boardwalk and all that lawlessness. Police unions speaking out, saying this is not right. They need to make a change, but it has to do with New Jersey law. Well, now there's another proposed law, and it's you might say it's a hair-raising law. In this one, it's basically hair discrimination. What am I talking about? New Jersey cosmetology schools, under this proposed law, would be required to teach all stylists, all barbers, anybody who does hair braiding, you would have to get a state license, and in particular, how to work on textured hair. And this is now in the state legislature. It's very popular. It's advancing. It looks like this thing will go through. And so they're saying that they want to stop hair discrimination amid a growing, awareness of all the bias, all the racism when it comes to different cultures and ethnic groups. They want to promote inclusivity in the hair industry.
Okay, well,
I'm not making it up.
It sounds absurd, but this is based off of what practice or what barber or what hair salon is discriminating. Are they rejecting people based on their hair texture, that we don't cut your hair? Or I'm confused here. What's the issue? The law would require that this has to do with the New Jersey State Board of Cosmetology and Hairstyling. Okay.
They would be forced
to do training,
to have curriculum requirements, so that if you go through like cosmetology school, you have to get your license, that you would be required to work with textured hair to get your license.
My mom went to cosmetology school
did?
before she got in the newspaper industry and sold advertising and marketing, and she owned her own beauty salon in the early days of my existence on this earth when I was a little toddler. I can't imagine. I mean, I guess there are people out there that are operating some sort of hair cuttery place without the proper training or licenses, although you technically need to have
hair cuttery. They're all licensed. Everybody's.
Yeah, I think some of them. I don't know. I think some.
They're
of them
all licensed at hair cuttery.
Is hair cuttery a business?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Now I'm talking about just random barber
okay.
shops. I'm not sure everything's on the up and up at some barber shops, but I've never heard of is the schooling where you get trained to do these haircuts? Mm-hmm. Are these private institutions or are they federally funded? Because how can you force a private business to expand their training in haircutting?
Well, they certainly get funding.
Okay. It's a bizarre story.
It's so in Pennsylvania, and this became a big issue because they had changed some of the laws in Pennsylvania because they had said, people who, let's say, are incarcerated. It has to do with a lot of women
mm-hmm.
who go into this industry. But one of the types of training you can take if you are incarcerated is cosmetology school.
Gotcha.
So to me, I wonder if this has the opposite effect, that now you're making the licensing. It's expensive.
Mm-hmm.
So they have to get these licenses. Now you're adding to it.
Yeah.
And who pays for it?
I could never cut somebody else's hair. I don't want to touch another human being. This is disgusting.
I'm just not good at it. My husband actually is great at hair cutting.
Really?
There is different, to be fair though, there is different styles of hair, and some people cut women's hair better, some people cut men's hair better.
For sure.
And black people have different textures in their hair than, you know what I mean? So,
or be like me, I have no hair.
There has to be a different style, right?
Well, there's got to be some sort of knowledge of how to cut it if it's different thickness or length or
curly hair. So my youngest son he's blonde, but he has blonde curly hair.
Oh yeah?
It is really tough to find somebody who knows how to cut any curly hair.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with ethnicity, but to me, we'll watch this go through, how this works. Will they, to your point, will they give more state dollars? Why not incentivize maybe minority-run businesses or something?
Mm-hmm.
But instead, they're sort of punishing those who go to beauty school, who I would presume, unless they're going to fund this, would you have to pay for more because now they have to create a whole new curriculum?
Okay.
That's the question here.
Gotcha.
So we'll watch it, but if signed into law by Governor Phil Murphy, it would require this. And they have a state board. And so they would have to have this whole new curriculum. Everybody would have to follow through with it.
Jesus on the YouTube chat says he prefers a Hispanic Latino barber to cut his hair.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're better than the typical chains.
Yeah.
When I used to have hair, going to those chain cutteries, God, people are abysmal at cutting hair. Like I asked for I said a 2 on the top, lady, not a 4.
But we've never seen you with hair.
That's true.
So do you have curly hair or
No.
what's your hair texture?
No, I don't know. Just normal, non-curly.
Normal.
I don't know.
It's not normal.
Wasn't curly, no.
You guys, I go to the chains because I have good hair.
Yeah.
So it's easy. But when you have the
Yeah,
curly hair.
you do have a head of hair on you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Thank
thick.
you. Oh.
And Greg, too.
You clog a lot of drains, don't you? You're a drain clogger.
No, I don't have all that
Really?
hair that comes out. Like,
I could see you
take my
totally.
vitamins.
I could see you totally clogging up the shower drain.
No, sir.
All right. Let's talk about Pet Boys because we have to go.
You guys talk too much for talk show hosts.
Greg is really in a branding mood. He's branding us. Psh, Pet Boys. With summer fast approaching, feels like it's here. Pet Boys Pros, they're going to get your ride in shape for those road trips. Save $50 right now on any standard brake service with the coupon. Don't miss this chance to save big time. Stop by your local Pet Boys today. By the way, this ends tomorrow, May 31st. So you gotta book this. Get this in. Visit petboys.com, petboys.com for the coupon. Thank you, Pet Boys, for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Coming up in about 23 minutes, we've got our morning mystery movie clip, attorney David Gelman at 9:30. And on the other side, the Border Patrol has lost 25% of its agents during the Biden presidency. We'll break that down on the other side. Kayal and Company, back after this.
How are you feeling this morning? You doing okay? Maybe you have a little pain, maybe in your hips, your back, your aching shoulders. So don't suffer any longer. Non-surgical joint pain relief is here thanks to my friends at QC Kinetics. Just call them today. Get this on the calendar. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. And I am talking lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. So many of you, I got stopped the other day. I was in the store. Dawn, I can't believe people always say, I really didn't fully believe you. Then I called, I had it done, and I'm a believer now. So just get the consultation. It's free. QC Kinetics advanced treatments, harnessing your own body's ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue so you can walk, run, do all the stuff you want to do. I mean, today, 75 degrees, get out there and golf and feel good. QC Kinetics, under the leadership of orthopedic surgeon Dr. Mitchell Shinecup, true pioneer, look him up, in regenerative medicine, and they have advanced protocols enabling tens of thousands of patients to reclaim their mobility. Reclaim yours. Call QC Kinetics 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Just call QC Kinetics 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
Planning a wedding? Enhance the experience with a rehearsal dinner or reception at Del Frisco's Double Eagle Steakhouse in Center City, Philadelphia. Experience the Del Frisco's difference for all your wedding festivities. For more information, call 267-817-3867.
Now there's a simple, easy, and effective way to clean your nose and protect your health. It's called Navage. Navage. Available at Navage.com.
I heard you hired a CFO for your business. How did you afford that?
Easy. I hired Style CFO Services. They do everything a full-time CFO does. Cash flow forecasts, custom financial reports. Our profitability has skyrocketed. They even helped me get ready for our audit.
I bet they're really expensive.
You wouldn't believe how affordable they are. They will even do a 21-point assessment of your finances for free.
For free? How do I sign up?
Just go to stylescfo.com.
Stylescfo.com?
Yep, that's STILES CFO.com.
Hi, everyone. Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy two, get two free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12 months, same as cash financing, though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli, afternoons 3 till 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Should I fall out of love, my far in the line, to chase a feather in the wind?
9:03 Thursday morning. Welcome back in. Kayal and Company, fourth and final hour here on this Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube, as many of you like to do. Brian Kester handling the music again from King Shooter Supply, King of Prussia. Donated $500 to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. You can do that. You can donate. You can ride. The ride is coming up July 21st. $6,500 so far. Working our way towards a goal of $20,000. I think we'll be there before the 4th of July is my guess.
Wow.
I'd like to be there I'd like to be at 15,000 by Father's Day.
So we just need we need some big swinging.
Some biggity big, as Dawn would say. Where's all the biggity bigs at?
I'm trying to control my language here.
Yeah. Somebody with a big old checkbook
to just drop 10K for the Families Behind the Badge
right now.
Children's Foundation.
Yeah.
Can you do that right now at 9:04?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
If you have 10K that you can put into a charity, you're probably working right now. So
855-839-1210.
You've been working since 6 a.m.
That's correct. Because as you know,
we start at 6 a.m. But all the money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Yeah, we're getting a lot of really big donations, which is nice. Linda Kearns donated $1,000. Brian Kester, as you said, from King Shooters Supply and King of Prussia donated $500. We're getting a lot of $500 donations. That's great. You can donate $10.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It all helps. We kid. A $10,000 donation would be fabulous.
Yeah.
But
there you go.
GregStockerSucks.com. Go there.
Indeed. Morning mystery movie clip in about 15 minutes. David Gelman, criminal defense attorney, at the bottom of the hour as jury deliberations are set to resume in just about 25 minutes as they will rehear instructions as well as key testimony. Kellyanne Conway with a couple of interesting tidbits on her Twitter feed that I want to get to in a moment. But let me grab David in Delaware first. David has been on hold since Monday afternoon. David, good morning. How are you, sir?
I'm just fine. Good morning, lady and gentlemen.
Yes.
Hey, I was just curious, if whatever the jury comes back with, can the judge say, well, I don't accept that, so I'll just render my own judgment?
Well, if they get the hung jury, they can instruct him, and we read you some of the instructions in the first half of the show this morning to go back in and deliberate even further. So, for example, if you have 11 that are voting guilty and you have one who is the standout, or two people, they can go back in and basically try to hash out their disagreements and differences and arrive at a unanimous decision.
Okay.
Make sense?
Well, it does, but I was just curious if the judge could step in and say, no, screw it.
You mean like a directed verdict?
I guess. I was just curious, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask that question at the bottom of the hour to David Gelman. He's a criminal defense attorney. He's been on Fox and Newsmax a lot. So, David, stay tuned for that. He'll be with us in about 24 minutes. That I don't have the answer to.
Yeah, we talked about the directed verdict yesterday.
Right.
I just think, I will be honest, I think the way this is going, I still stand by what I said, even though I hope I'm wrong, that we are going to see at least, because of the judge's instructions, we're going to see at least one out of the 34.
Yeah.
At least one guilty and probably at least 9.
I'm going to pick through the trash can here and grab these hung jury directives again and read this to the audience. So if you missed it, it was in the 6 o'clock hour or the 7 o'clock hour. By the way, if you ever wanted to see a radio host on YouTube pick through the trash can,
you do it a lot.
Get to because I toss my stories away as we go along.
Yeah.
But hold on a second.
Yeah. So the judge, the bottom line in this, the judge has so much power.
That of course they can.
Right. And so, but the power, I think the power play happened about 9 days ago, when the defense lost their battles with how the judge would give the instructions. And I think that it's that old saying, the details, the devil is in the details. This was a done deal. And I think we saw in Trump's demeanor over the past week, he knew it. His lawyers warned him. And when he came out, was that yesterday, and he said, Mother Teresa could not be this fixed. Basically, I'm paraphrasing, but Mother Teresa could not fix this, could not beat these charges. Thank you. I think that they've known that the fix was in once these instructions came out, and everybody everywhere is saying this is unheard of, that a judge would basically tell the jury, if he's guilty of something, if you just smell a whiff of something.
It's not exactly what he said.
Basically what he's saying.
It's not exactly what he said.
You think he's guilty of something, you can mix and match. I mean, come on.
You're kind of picking off of a menu a la carte, right? Yeah, if you want the sweet potato, you can grab that. If you want the salad, you can go with that. If you want the this, that, the other thing, you can go with that. It is extremely rare. I'm going to ask, that's another question I have for Gelman at 9:30, how often this actually occurs. So here we go. I've pilfered through the trash. What happens if there is a hung jury in Trump's New York hush money trial? So here, this is the breakdown from independent.co.uk. A unanimous decision is required under New York law to secure either the conviction of a criminal defendant or their acquittal. Everything else will result in a hung jury. Simply put, that means it takes just one dissenting voice among the dozen jurors to leave the case in a state of limbo. If such a disagreement arises, but the gap between the two camps is relatively small, for instance, if 11 jurors are in agreement with only one person holding out, their foreperson will report the impasse back to Judge Merchan, who will then urge them to go away and resume their discussions in the hope of finding common ground, an instruction known as an Allen or a dynamite charge. But if a consensus still cannot be reached, however long that might take, and they go back to the judge and they say we are still in the same spot we were X amount of minutes or hours ago, the judge will be forced to declare a mistrial. If that scenario comes to pass, it will fall to Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg to decide whether he wishes or feels it is worthwhile to attempt to retry the case. I said earlier this morning, I think he would probably like to retry it if this plays out the way I just read it. That being said, Stocker, I think you're right when you said it's not going to go in his favor, right? Like when you retry, I don't even know if there's statistics out there when these mistrials happen where you go back and you retry it under the discretion of the prosecutor saying, hey, let me take a second swing at it. That the success rate, I would have to imagine, is very minimal.
Yes. So to answer the gentleman's question who called in, it was, yes, I mean, of course, the judge can overrule a jury's verdict, but especially for this case, he would have to be well.
Well, on second thought,
I mean, there's so much at stake in this that I would almost. It's yes, he can. No, he won't. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And if you think this is all coordinated from the Biden DOJ, if you are, one of these individuals with knowledge, perhaps allegedly behind the scenes of any coordinated attempt, because remember, all these cases last year in the spring of 2023, remember how they all kind of stacked up in a row? First it was Alvin Bragg, I think that was March of 2023. Then the next one came, and then the next one came, and it was March, April, May, or March, April, June. You can sit there and say, well, all right, we swung and missed on the Alvin Bragg case, but we still have Georgia with Fonnie Willis. We still have classified documents in Mar-a-Lago. We still have January 6th. We still have Jack Smith, yada, yada, yada. So if they are of the belief that, man, we've got 4 shots here at getting Trump and labeling him as a convicted felon or putting him in jail or whatever the MO might be, they have 1 down, 3 to go. I want to read this from Kellyanne Conway, though. Very, very, very smart lady. Anytime she speaks, we like to play her clips on this show. And this is from her Twitter feed at Kellyanne Polls, Polls. What if Trump is not convicted? Many polls ask how a Trump conviction would affect their vote or affect his chances in 2024. We asked the other question, what happens if Trump is acquitted or if there is a hung jury? Our latest swing state polling shows the following, and this is from Kellyanne Conway's polling data. 2 in 10 people across Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan would be more likely to vote for Trump this fall if acquitted or if there's a hung jury. 4 in 10 people say that it would improve his chances of winning. Young men, non-whites, and urban voters are more likely than the average to say they would vote for Trump if this happens. Over half in each state say no conviction would have no impact on their vote, including hardcore partisans. Given the political leanings of New York City, the judge, and key evidence excluded from the jury, a risk of conviction remains, but a non-conviction would make Trump unstoppable. That is from Kellyanne Conway.
We said that last week.
Yeah, I don't know how many people truly will be altered one way or the other, because I think sadly in this country, most people tune out a lot of the noise. Like, we talk about this for a living. A lot of you that listen, I don't know, 7 out of 10 probably consume this stuff super, super, super hardcore. 30% of you might tune in to be educated, whatever it is, that you don't have the time to stay on Twitter all day like we do or read these things on these live tracking sites. It just seems to me that most Americans, and maybe rightfully so, maybe most Americans just tune out the noise with Biden and Trump when it comes to, allegations and court cases, because at the end of the day, they only care about the economy, or they only care about abortion, or they only care about the border, or some combination of 2 or 3. And I think that's one thing that I always try to keep in mind, that 95% of people aren't living it moment by moment,
of course,
like I am.
They're not.
And that's why it does.
They know what's going on. They know what's happening. They're not following this like we are.
Yeah.
And that's why at the end of the day, it's not gonna amount to jack. You know what? As far as public opinion.
Yeah, but in this case, all you have to know is that the judge in this case, Judge Merchan, what he told his instructions are that you have these underlying crimes. So that's remember we talked about how are they going to thread the needle, because the feds didn't even go for this, thought they didn't have it and couldn't prove it in court.
Yep.
This is how they thread this needle. The judge did this. I mean, it was like 9 days ago, as I recall.
Mm-hmm.
So what he's saying is there are 3 underlying crimes that are these allegations, but you have to believe then on top of that there was this intent by Trump.
Yeah.
So you have a 2-pronged approach. Normally, you would have to say, yes, I think the person did X, fill in the blank. They committed this crime. And yes, on that crime, yes, there was intent. What the judge is saying is, hey, if there was any crime and any intent on any of them, go for it. That is what is unprecedented. This is unheard of. I mean, to me, covering trials in my life as a news reporter, I mean, this is nuts.
Andy McCarthy said this is outrageous. We played you this earlier this morning. This was Andy McCarthy, Fox News, former federal prosecutor, when this 4x4x4 ruling came down yesterday to the jury. Here was his reaction right around lunchtime on Fox News. Take a listen and watch this.
Well, let me ask you about the 3 choices. And one thing in particular that this judge said that these jurors could do. He just delivered what is being called really the pinnacle of all of this. He said that there is no need to agree on what has occurred. They can disagree on what the crime was among the 3 choices. Thus, this means that they could split 4-4-4, and the judge would still treat them unanimously. What does that mean?
Yeah. Well, it's really outrageous because in a normal criminal case, every statutory crime has what we call elements of the offense. Like in a bank robbery case, it's, you have to rob, it's got to be a financial institution, you have to show intent. Those are the things the jury has to agree on unanimously that they were proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Here, what we're doing is taking the element that actually makes this a felony, because remember, falsification of records is normally a misdemeanor in New York. What makes it a felony is that you're concealing or committing another crime. And here the judge is telling them they don't have to agree about what the other crime is under circumstances where that not only is what makes this a felony, what makes it a 4-year potential prison penalty rather than a year or less, but it's also what gets us into the courtroom, because if this had been a misdemeanor, the time to bring this case would have lapsed in 2019. So the only reason they're still able to bring this case is because it's a felony, allegedly, and yet now the judge is saying, you don't have to agree on what the felony is.
It's pretty remarkable stuff. David Gelman will join us in about 13 minutes. He said the following yesterday when I asked him on Twitter. I said, I'd love to know how often this type of jury instruction from a judge is given. Is this common, David? He said it's as common as Joe Biden putting a full sentence together. The issue is one of many rulings that the judge has made totally incorrectly and would be reversed. He said he has never seen an indictment not charge an actual crime. This judge should have dismissed the case on its face alone. He just ripped up the Constitution, made an absolute mockery of the legal system. So we'll get more analysis from him coming up at the bottom of the hour. But this is, I think, almost short of the guy that we played for you on the cut sheet from MSNBC, where he was glowing and gushing over how Judge Juan Merchan is a beacon of jurisprudence. Almost everybody unanimously, Turley, McCarthy, even on CNN. We haven't played Ellie Honig in the last couple of days, but he's kind of ripped a lot of this to shreds as well.
Can I play that guy again? That's Andrew Weissman, MSNBC's Andrew Weissman. Phil, if you can pull up cut 7 again here. This is the most outrageous piece of audio I think I've seen in the last week or so. Mm-hmm. Andrew Weissman on his man crush, his love for Judge Merchan. Cut 7, Phil, go.
As you've noted, with respect to Judge Merchan, I mean, I am like now, I have like a man crush on him. He is such a great judge that it's hard to see that the jurors wouldn't have the same impression. I mean, you just keep on thinking, if you looked in a dictionary for like judicial temperament, that's what you get.
He loves him. He loves him.
I mean, we've heard some stuff from MSNBC, but that might take even Joy Reid thinks that's excessive.
Yeah, I feel like
Rachel Maddow's offended by that.
Yeah, boy, dial it back there a little bit. Like,
wow.
First of all, this Andrew Weissman, I don't know him, so this is just my opinion. But like looking at him and hearing him, he just sounds like a creep to me.
Is he beta as well, Greg?
I have no idea what any of that is, but he just seems like the way he talks about things, it just seems really creepy. And if I'm MSNBC, if I'm the producer of that show, I'm not bringing him back.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, you're like, we're having you on here because you're a lawyer, and I want you to analyze the case. I don't want to hear about your man crush on the judge.
He's an American attorney and professor. He was an assistant United States attorney from 1991 to 2002. And of course, he's got his undergrad from Princeton and his law degree from Columbia. Columbia. That school should cease to exist. All right, morning mystery movie clip time. Let's give it away. Give it away. Give it away. What do we have today?
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Focus, dude. Oh, he lives. Hey, dude.
What happened?
Oh, I saw the whole thing, dude. First you were all like, whoa, and then we were like, whoa, and then you were like, whoa.
What are you talking about?
You, Mini-Man, taking on the jellies. You got serious thrill issues, dude.
Oh.
Awesome.
Oh, my stomach. Oh,
man. Hey, no hurling on the shell, dude, okay? Just waxed it.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, that movie came out, if my math is correct, 21 years ago today. And if you can identify it, you get a pair of movie passes to see The Dead Don't Hurt for the nationwide opening. It's coming up tomorrow, Friday, May 31st. From the writer, director, and star Viggo Mortensen comes an epic tale of two pioneers who fight for their relationship and their lives on the Civil War-era American frontier. From Shout Studios, The Dead Don't Hurt. That's right, The Dead Don't Hurt. Caller 12-855-839-1210. The Dead Don't Hurt. Back after this with the winner. Thank you very much,
good,
Mr. President.
Very good.
And David Gelman at the bottom of the hour. He knows more about the law than, 99% of us. And we're back after this.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. ramp.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies, and we can probably help you too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-254-4574. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-254-4574 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-254-4574 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-254-4574.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there. investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And, doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Seems I've got to have a chance to see him.
It's Kayal and Company, 9:30. Welcome back in. It's a Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Jury deliberations resuming in a matter of moments in Manhattan. But before we get to some legal analysis, let's get to our morning mystery movie clip winner. We have Sarah in Westchester on the line. Sarah, good morning. What movie clip did we just play for you?
Good morning. That was Finding Nemo.
That is correct. Woo! Yes, it was my daughter's fourth grade play just a few weeks ago. Sarah, congratulations. Finding Nemo is the correct answer, and you've got the movie passes for tomorrow night.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sarah from Westchester. We appreciate you listening and certainly for playing. All right, let's welcome in David Gelman, criminal defense attorney. You might have seen him on Fox News, Newsmax. He's been on with Zioli and many others breaking down this trial in New York. He's also a proud sponsor of our bike ride coming up, so we appreciate him supporting Team 1210. David, good morning. I know you're in high demand. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, good morning, Nick. I'm doing good, doing well. How's everybody?
Everybody is good, David. I got a bunch of questions for you. Let me start with this. Let's run off the top here. Let's have you break down what exactly the judge did yesterday with these jury instructions from Judge Juan Merchan with this 444 concept, and just how infrequently this occurs in a criminal proceeding where the jury is given this instruction that Merchan gave yesterday.
Well, what the judge did was rip up the Constitution. That's pretty simple. Really, the jury instruction is something I have never seen in all my years of practicing law, and I've done a ton of jury trials. Usually, in a jury trial, you have to have a unanimous verdict, meaning all 12 jurors have to agree. If all 12 do not, then either it's a not guilty or it's a hung jury, meaning, you have one or two holdouts or more. In this situation, what the judge is saying is, all right, jury, you do not need to have a consensus or a unanimous agreement on what particular crime President Trump committed. All you need is to say that he did commit a crime, and he chose about three different ones. One, a tax violation. Two, an election violation. And three, the New York State election violations. Now, here's the big problem for everybody. All these things are not allowed to happen because the judge and this court, the Supreme Court of New York, does not have jurisdiction to hear federal election violations and to hear federal election tax frauds. So everything that has occurred so far in the jury instructions is a mockery of the legal system. So this is just ripe for an appeal. And I can probably guarantee you this right now, that the defense team for President Trump already has the appeal forms done. That is ready to be sent. So as soon as this verdict comes down, in the unlikely event that there is a guilty plea, this is going to be appealed so quick your head is going to spin.
And that's exactly what Dawn was talking about earlier this morning. So if he is found guilty, the likelihood upon the appeal that these convictions get tossed based on the belief that Mershon has ruled inappropriately on a multitude of fronts is what? Probably close to 100%, I would presume?
Put it this way: we're going to go to the Atlantic City, and I put it all in black. That's how. All right, that's how confident I am. I mean, there's so many appealable issues in this case, and the judge literally, I'm pretty sure that he just wanted to see how many appealable issues he could do for this case. That's really my theory on this, because no judge in the United States, could be as biased as he is. And he's not just, a little biased. He's openly biased. Just what he has done is a total mockery. And frankly, he's going to get admonished. I'm telling you this right now. The New York Bar Association, they may hate Trump, but I'm telling you this, they cannot stand to have a legal scholar on the bench do what he did. It's something that you will never see again. I'm hoping, at least.
David Gelman is with us. Now, David, we had a caller about 20 minutes ago, a David from Delaware, who asked something along the lines, I'm not really sure what exactly he was getting at, whether it was a directed verdict from the judge or if the judge just doesn't like the way the jury rules, if the judge can overrule the jury. Hopefully that makes sense somewhat to you, because he wanted to get that answer. I didn't have it. I said I would ask you. So your answer to that would be what?
So if the judge does not like what the jury is answering, the judge cannot overrule them. So if they come back with a not guilty verdict, the judge can't say, you know what, jury, you're wrong. You can't do this. I'm going to say he's guilty. No, can't do that. Now, this is what the judge can do. Let's say that there's a jury or a juror or two jurors who are, pretty gung-ho that there is not a crime here and that they are saying, no, we're going to vote not guilty. The judge can order the jury to go back and deliberate again until they come up with a verdict, or, a verdict of guilty or not guilty. Mm-hmm. Now, they could still say, hey, look, we're holding our ground after they deliberate again. And then the judge is going to have to declare a mistrial because of a hung jury. But the judge cannot just say, oh, not guilty? Nope, I don't like that. He's guilty.
Okay. So let's get your prediction based on everything that you have seen, you have observed. I mean, you're obviously a bright legal mind yourself, or else you wouldn't be in such demand on all the talking head shows. Based on the evidence presented, or the lack thereof, I don't see personally how any juror can vote guilty and be of the belief that the prosecution has met the burden of proof of beyond a reasonable doubt. Your best guess, guilty, acquittal, hung jury, and then secondly, can you quantify, because I think a lot of people would like to know the difference between a preponderance of the evidence standard, which is a lower threshold, compared to what is the threshold here, which is beyond a reasonable doubt. How do you quantify that? Like, what is that numerical number that a juror is saying, has the prosecution reached this to beyond a reasonable doubt? Is it 85% likely? How do they describe that in law school?
Nick, I'm feeling like I'm like a 1L again in my criminal defense class.
Well, I was a 1L for 90 days, buddy.
You know better than me then. So, all right, look, my prediction is this. It should be a not guilty, 100%. The evidence has not proven pretty much anything, and there certainly hasn't been a crime that has been presented. However, I do believe that's going to be a hung jury, just because we are in Manhattan. And remember, the 5 boroughs are not part of the jury. It's just the Manhattan people who are in the jury, and they are, predominantly liberal people. So that's my prediction. Now, regarding the preponderance of the evidence against beyond a reasonable doubt, beyond a reasonable doubt is very simple. If you feel that there is a scintilla of doubt that President Trump did not do it, that where you could say, look, he probably did, but there's just this little thing, that was presented that kind of questions it. That is reasonable doubt. And you must, not shall, not maybe, you must vote not guilty. Preponderance of the evidence is a much lower standard. So all you really need for that is, he probably did it. Okay. But that is not the standard when it comes to criminal cases. And it's certainly not the case in this.
Okay. David Gelman, great insight. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. And thank you as well for supporting us for our bike ride and supporting Team 1210. We really appreciate it.
Hey, great to be on with you guys, and I love supporting it.
You got it. David Gelman, criminal defense attorney, joining us here on Kayal and Company on this Thursday morning. And Dawn, you nailed it. What we were just talking about with what Gelman referred to as the I pulled the Biden brain fart here. I don't know. I pointed at you like 3 minutes ago. I'm like, yeah, you nailed that. It's exactly what you said, but I forget what it was now.
Yeah, to me, I just think this is unprecedented, and I hope that he's right, that we do have Elise Stefanik. I know J.D. Vance yesterday. They're trying different ways to hold Judge Merchan accountable for this.
Yep.
But I cannot imagine, if you believe in law and order, and in particular, if you're in the business community, you do not want this to go through. And by the way, remember, what about the international business community and our brand? Greg Stocker today has talked a lot about brand managing, because that's his big title. What about the American brand? What about business people around the nation, around the world?
Mm-hmm.
What does this look like to them? What impact does it have on America, on our brand, that we've got one of the most famous businessmen who was beloved on NBC with a hit show for nearly 2 decades, former president on trial for a bookkeeping error, or whatever you want to call it, a bookkeeping mistake.
Yep.
And they're going to just persecute this guy to no end.
After countless prosecutors declined to pursue charges at the federal level, at the state level, Cy Vance, the former DA, everybody's like, I'm not touching that. There's nothing here. And this guy's like, oh, I'll take a swing at it. Cool.
And under the direction of somebody who worked for DOJ, Biden's DOJ, until fairly recently.
Yep.
The whole thing just stinks.
It does. Something smells. All right, 855-839-1210. Cut sheet part due on the way. But first, I got to tell you about my friends with Families Behind the Badge. You know my love and respect for first responders, so I am asking you, as we have been asking you for weeks now on the show, to support the Bend to the Shore Bike Tour. It's coming up on Sunday, July 21st, and you have a ton of options. You can ride 65 miles, just like me. Trust me, it sounds difficult. It's really not that hard. You spend 3 days training, you can do it. Trust me. 65 miles from Philly to Atlantic City, or you can ride 30 miles from Hamilton. There's a family-friendly celebration at the Showboat Hotel after the ride, and you can even register to ride with me and Team 1210, sponsored by our buddy David Gelman, who you just heard on the show. I'm returning as the captain of Team 1210, and I want you to join, whether you're riding or just donating to support the cause. Visit bendtoshore.org, and when you sign up with the code NICK1210, they'll knock off $25 from your registration fee. That's shore.org, promo code NICK1210. Let's show everyone how WPHT and Odyssey supports law enforcement. Bend to Shore is organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. They provide financial relief for the families of the fallen and injured first responders, and they support the Police Youth Alliance, which fosters a positive relationship between police and the youths. Back after this.
Just a second ago when we played the movie mystery clip with Nemo, and it brought back a rush of memories. Driving in my Honda Odyssey, Piazza minivan, driving the vehicle, the kids in the back playing all those DVDs over the years. But maybe right now you're beyond that point. You've graduated away from the minivan, the kids, the mess. And you're thinking about that luxury vehicle, especially as you plan your summer road trips. Think of my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles. Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles. They're available right now from brands such as Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, and so much more. Just visit PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Stop by one of their Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey dealers. PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Hello, saver. Whether you're saving for that trip to the tropics or saving for an emergency, now is the time to take advantage of Wells Fargo's savings options. Wells Fargo offers savings accounts that can help you save towards your goals. So, what are you saving for? Visit a Wells Fargo branch or wellsfargo.com/save to open a savings account today.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating. We've been protecting Delaware Valley homes and businesses from pests for 34 years, all while supporting our local community. We also support those who protect us, our veterans. Robert Rutherford, our Director of People and Culture, served 10 years in the U.S. Marine Corps. We at Hoffman's have made a commitment to hire veterans. Our veterans are valued, and the skills they learned in the military are transferable. Join the Hoffman's family and visit us at hoffmansexterminating.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Mustard. It's Kayal & Company, 946. Kayal & Company rolling on. Dawn Show in about 14 minutes. We'll find out what's on tap in just about 4 or 5. Appreciate David Gelman. Yeah, baby. Good tunes this week. Brian Kester getting it done. And now we have time for a very brief version of What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Part 2. Yes, thank you, Nick Kayal, for pointing this out, because I would have played the unedited version, but I believe the voice in the back edited this for me. This was... So, Tony Bruno made reference to this yesterday. This was a high school girls soccer announcer who was caught on a hot mic talking about the curves on the soccer moms. He said he wanted to dive off the press box because the game was so bad. The guy's name is Toby Moore. He was caught on the hot mic while announcing a soccer game in Kansas.
Well, if I was announcing high school soccer in Kansas, I'd jump off a building, too.
We've all been here with this. Well, not really, but... I'm just trying to find a way to make it relatable to everybody. All right, cut 20, Phil. Go.
Was that first time as ugly as I thought it was? That game, that had no flow whatsoever. My mind kind of flipped the kill me now switch at about 30 minutes in. If they're just going to keep kicking the damn ball out of bounds and missing passes all day, I might as well just go home. Yep. Newman down to Claremore. I just want to do a header off the top of the press box. Unfortunately, it's too low. It wouldn't kill me. It's like they're not even trying to pass. They're just chucking the ball downfield. A little technique would be nice. What the hell are they teaching those kids in practice? Up top, baby. Gotta be able to, I think, the one that's facing us. Yeah. See if she can tear the up. I guess I can't see the legs, but I can feel the attitude from here.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
This conversation never happened, by the way.
No, of course not. Yeah.
All right. I think we got it all out of our system. We can put the mic live again.
And we're back.
Oops.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well,
Oops.
you wanted to go home and get out of calling high school soccer. I'm pretty sure that you'll never be calling soccer again.
I'm just curious, where did this air? Like, what?
Well, it was because we gave you the story yesterday with the backdrop. It was like NFSW streaming something. So it's like an internet stream only.
So 5 people heard it.
Right.
Maybe.
Like, some high school football games on a Friday night are televised on local, cable television or whatever. This was on like a streaming internet site only.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
I want to take a header, but the fall won't kill me.
Ouch.
Dawn, do you have any hot mic moments that you know of?
Remember, Greg, you're the brand manager here, and you have to protect the brand.
No. I don't mean here. I mean in your news days.
Yeah.
I'm sure your husband does.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I'm just trying to think if we did. I don't have any famous ones that I recall because two things. I'm really conscious of it and paranoid of it. Number one, but number two, I would say, if you're somebody who goes off on the crew.
Yeah.
Okay, if you're somebody who has like temper tantrums or if you're somebody who's a kind, nice person, it matters because the people whose hot mics, stop the hammering, all that stuff what that tells me is they're nasty to the crew and they have temper tantrums.
Like Bill O'Reilly.
Yeah.
Lawrence O'Donnell.
Yeah, Lawrence O'Donnell because
it will do it live.
Yeah.
That's how they treat their crew.
Right.
And so if usually your crew, if they love you, they're going to protect you.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to record that stuff.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But this guy,
he's done.
Was it even a paid gig?
It's a great question.
Probably $50 a game.
Yeah.
He's probably a 10W30.
Kansas. It's Kansas.
Yeah, that's Kansas.
Yeah, he's fired. It was a job. He got fired.
Yeah.
All right. Well, this is Philadelphia, so.
All right, Dawn. What do we got lined up? 8 minutes out this morning on the Dawn Show.
Trump. We'll start off the top. Trump speaking out. They're back in court. The latest right now, by the way, is the jury already right off the bat. They are back in there because they have another question.
Another question.
A third.
Yeah,
a third.
Yeah, we got a third question. It's not about hot soccer moms, people.
Your Honor, can we relitigate the whole case?
Yeah.
We don't remember anything from a month ago.
When can we go home?
I know. I'm hoping the beautiful weather. The beautiful weather.
I will make this prediction.
Okay.
I don't know if it's going to be today or tomorrow, but it will be before the week is out.
Yeah,
I agree.
You think juror number 4 is like, hey, I got a tea time Friday at 9:30. Can we wrap up this nonsense?
They're saying today. I don't think it's going to be today. I think it'll be tomorrow, but it could be today.
Okay.
I would not be surprised if it was today.
Okay.
Agreed. 10:05. After we update you, you'll hear all the Trump stuff. You'll get it all. You're not going to miss anything. Elizabeth Stell, she's a regular, and we're just talking. She's Commonwealth Foundation, so we'll talk about the perspective on these proposed tax cuts, the impact on families in the Keystone State. Remember, Republicans here actually want to give you a tax cut. We'll talk about that and an update on you won't believe the money that the Biden administration is pumping into these electric buses.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll get into that as well. And great guests coming up in the 11 o'clock hour, Lauren Stewart, among others. But it's going to be a great show. We're live. We're local. You're not going to miss a thing. We've got it all.
All right. Dawn Show in about 7 minutes as we get to Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Thursday, May 30th. We celebrate the birthdays of Nikki Heaton, drummer for The Clash, Tom Morello, Klaus Fluoride from the Dead Kennedys, and Patrick Dahlheimer from Live. We also lost Carl Radel from the Derek and the Dominoes on this day in 1980. Singles include Paperback Writer Anna Rain by the Beatles in 66. Albums include Venus and Mars by Wings in 75. Peter Gabriel's third solo album in 80. Love and Money by Eddie Money in 95. And England's newest hit makers by the Stones in 64. Yes, they were great last week. Also in 2017, Bob Seger's greatest hits album from 94 is certified diamond for 10 million copies sold. In 2013, the Johnny Cash Museum officially opens in Nashville That's a really cool museum if you get down there someday.
Mm-hmm.
And in 87, David Bowie kicks off his Glass Spider tour. But lastly, on this day in 2007, a leaked copy of Icky Thump by the White Stripes was completely played on Chicago station Q101. Jack White actually personally called from Spain, where he was touring, to voice his displeasure.
Wow.
For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lomquist.
Back when radio was good.
Yeah.
I mean, music radio.
Well, yeah.
Let me just preface by saying music radio.
Yeah, we're good here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Brand
saying?
manager.
Yeah, exactly.
By the way, guys, another good month.
Exactly. All right, let's wrap it up with Who Won Twitter today.
Who won Twitter?
Sean Lucas on the debacle with you and Rich having that Twitter
The
bet.
debacle.
He says, I'm no corporate radio guy, but this is good marketing for the station. People that don't even know about the station will see this. Okay, Sean, let me just say one thing to you. I love you. You're a great listener. You're a great tweeter along, but interactions on Twitter don't equal listenership.
He's saying it's a good ad. It's like
not.
advertisement.
Yeah. You know it's a good ad? 2 people having a debate on the radio station, so you can tune in at 7 a.m. and then 3 p.m. or whatever.
And never forget.
Cross-branding. We start at 6 a.m.
No,
That's
no,
a good ad.
6, folks.
Stop Twitter debating. Nobody cares. Thank you. Thank you. All right.
All right, Greg's going to go stroke out later in the conference room.
Beg your pardon?
Dawn's coming up at about 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
So stay tuned. If the Trump stuff breaks, that'll be the big take tomorrow. If not, I'll find something else that's outrageous in this country. A lot to pick from these days. Stay tuned. Dawn is next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6, and as John Fetterman would say,
good night, everybody.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease